Hello, everyone, and welcome to another stream. I hope you guys are doing well today. I'm doing just fine. I am just finishing up posting this up over on the Discord. So let me just do that real quick. Oh, I forgot. Oh, well, I'm sure you guys will forgive me for spamming this again. TP/PB plays. Inside, that's me. And we're doing out here. And we're gonna grab these. And we're gonna head over to these. And I'm gonna type that in, and then we're gonna put the https:// www.twitch.tv/pbplays inside. And enter. Over here. Let's see. And now let me go over here to Spotify. Let's lower that a little bit because it's a little loud for me. And I think we're Gucci. I think I'm ready. I think we're ready to go. I had them change. I forgot I had to type in all the alt text. So I had to like move my entire setup so I could comfortably type. Because I can type when I have my drawing tablet in front of me. I just have to reach around and like hug the tablet, or the. It's not a. I mean, like kind of a tablet. The monitor. I gotta hug it a little bit. But this is what we got. I know I said I was gonna work on this on the weekend and we'd be ready for today. But here's a fun fact. I was sick all weekend. So I didn't do anything this weekend except play Stardew Valley and lay in bed little miserably. Um, but like it's fine. We're better now. I'm still sick. I mostly just have a cough now and fever that comes in and out, but aside from that, I'm fine. Nothing's wrong. Sometimes people just get a little bit sick. This is kind of where we left off last time. All that's changed is me doing things up here. Not that you could tell, because I've pretty much deleted every single attempt I've made up here. The latest attempt, of desperation, is I did this. So here's the thing. Here's the thing, guys. I simply want to make sure I'm okay. My mic is on. I want to have this. I want the design to be a little bit distressed. I want that energy of the post-apocalypse to like come across on this card, but I don't like have a vision truly of what I want that to look like. I know we have like Wicked Wastelands up top, and you guys can kind of see like the vibe that the artist that made the cover had. And it's like kind of the energy I want, especially like up in the top corner where it says Wretched Alone. That's like kind of the energy I want. But I simply don't know how to get that across, you know? In a TCG card, right? In just the cover of this. Because there's only two real design elements that I need to think of, right? I need to think of this, but I want to think of this box here, the description, and like these lines, right? And then up here, the number and the title, right? That's what I need to have figured out. Those are the different elements I want figured out. However, I know that I want these icons down here, the dice, the Jenga tower, and the discard or keep. And I know I want the symbol and the title up here, right? I want this number up here in the top left because that is where you would see it on the normal playing card. Sorry if I just stopped talking randomly. It's me coughing. I'm scrambling to hit the mute button before I cough in your ears. And I know I want this up here, right? That's just classic TCG stuff. You want your title and stuff up here. And then you want your description box down here. And every time I look at this, like I open it up again, I'm happy with it. I'm happy with the layout. I just don't know what I want this to look like. Because it has to be clean enough to be readable. Because it's not just like readable for me. I need this to be readable on stream. It's going to be like... That's maybe even a little too big. Is that the size? Yeah, it's probably going to be about that big on screen for you guys. And so I want to make sure that it's readable for you guys, which reminds me I need to open up my own stream so I could keep an eye out on how it looks on stream itself. I am doing this at like the highest quality, the 1080/60 that I can get on my stream. Where things still look a little like wiggly, but it's as good as they're gonna know. So this is about as big as it's gonna be. Like Daily Struggles is still readable. The icons are readable, and so I need to make sure that whatever I choose for the font is going to be readable to you guys at this size, right? And whatever design element I choose has to be like have to keep that in mind essentially. So that's what we're struggling with right now. As you can see, I went with like a circle view here. I wanted to try out, or not, I guess, what would you call this shape? A rounded square, maybe? A rounded square, went with that. That's kind of like typical. That's like, from what I've seen, kind of like MTG-ish. A little Magic the Gathering-ish. And I don't hate it, but I don't love it. So another idea I've had is I kind of want to have like a big circle here, right? And then a this going on, right? And then that's where I have this thermometer looking thing. And then here is where I have like the the spade or whatever. And then, Daily Struggles. I misspelled that. And we have like that going on, sort of deal, is a thought I've had. Also, have the thermometer look. Because I kind of do want to put the emphasis on what card this is. I should have just erased this. But here we are. That's another thing I'm playing around with. I just don't know if it'll take up too much space on the card. Like, that would significantly lower the amount of space I have down here to play with, right? Right? Did my headphones just beep at me? I guess we'll find out. That would limit our space here. I kind of like the low profile this gives us, because it gives us enough room down here. So those have been like my thoughts as of recently. This line here is kind of like what we have here, these squared off edges and everything. This is like ideally the dimension, the amount of space I want taken up by all of these elements, right? So like this is the most amount of space I want our numbers to take up. This is the most amount of space I want our title to use up. This is the most I want. Well, I mean, this is going to be transparent, so like this can take up like that much room, and it'll probably still mostly readable. My headphone is dying. I knew I heard that correctly. Okay. Connected, we're ready. That's about as much space as I want the illustration to take. And this is, I feel like an appropriately large description box, right? But before I can like design, because this is going to be easy, this outline isn't going to be that difficult. The only thing that I'm really going to have to worry about is what color it's going to be, and if I'm going to like how I'm going to distress it, because it's going to be straight. The thing is that there's no playing around with this down here, aside from like colors and if I want to do something fancy, like with a gradient or something. That's the only difference. The real difficulty is going to be up here. And that's why I've been sitting on this for the longest time, because I simply cannot decide. Part of me feels like this is too clean. And it's a little too stationary-esque, if you guys know what I mean. Like when I look at this looked like stationary. Before I painted the I sketched out that thing, I was like, oh, this is just stationary. You could get, in like an anime. Um, and I hate that for this specifically, right? Because that's almost the exact opposite vibe we're going for. We want this to be distressed. We want this to be angry. And part of me is like, maybe I go the wretched wasteland vibe, right? Where I just do that, right? And like just put a big box there. And just do that and have like daily struggles up there and be whatever color it's gonna be. This doesn't get bolder, this font, which is why we're not gonna use it. A little too thick. Little too thick. We just need like a stand-in real quick. My favorite thing, picking out fonts on stream. Oh my god. I didn't think I was gonna catch I didn't think I was gonna hit the mute button fast enough there. It's getting cooler outside and I can feel it because I'm really hot right now. My body, it's very hot. Let's just use that. That's a good like stand in. Just do something like that instead, you know? And maybe a little bit smaller font there. That's a little big. The space I allotted it. Little big. Okay, that is still readable. Good, good, good. I just wanted to see if that's like if my instinct about like the font, uh, boldness, was correct. I am. I think I need to make the heart and the two smaller. I think that's definitely gonna have to get a little tinier. Let me just do that right now. You, you, is it you? Nope. Is it you? Nope. Ah, it's you. Just get those two. Just catch this here. Make them a little tinier. This reference line. Why is my reference not moving with me? I have light blue, by the way, and light blue is not a final color here. I have it light blue so I could see it on most backgrounds. That's the only reason. It's the default you get in Cope Studio when you choose to change, apply a layer color. It always gives you this blue and this white, these subcolors over here. So that's not the color. That is simply what I have chosen right now. Okay, that's still a good size. I'm thinking I was talking with a friend, and I think for the overlay, because I'm gonna, why is my why am I muted on Discord? Hello, Discord. All right, there we go. We're unmuted now. Um, sorry, I just saw I had so many messages. I just, oh my gosh, there's so much happening right now in that chat, and I just need to not look at it. Otherwise, I will never stop looking at it. Let me close that up now that I see I'm no longer muted. That was a weird chat moment. Yeah, I've decided I think for the overlay, I'm gonna make it tiny. And by tiny, I mean like I'm gonna cut down on what you guys are seeing. That'll probably be, sorry, I forgot to mute. That will be about where the card is right now. Like that will probably be the bottom of it, and that'll give me room to have my camera and the Jenga tower camera. Um, I also anticipate, I haven't talked about this, but this game's hard. It's hard to survive in this game. First of all, I haven't played Jenga since I was 8, 10, maybe years old. And it's been a it's been quite literal decades since I last touched or played with a Jenga tower. Um, so I'm not anticipating that going great for us if we reach a long time. If like we somehow some way stay alive for a while, I don't anticipate that lasting long. Oh no, why are you broken now? There. Oh, now I don't you love just jerry rigged macro pads so you can mute and unmute. Um so I'm not confident in my Jenga skills. Let's step one, we're not comfortable in our Jenga skills. Step two, or second reason, the game is in general difficult. The difficulty is kind of high. Um there are several ways for you to die in that game. It is not a game designed for you to survive. Let's just put it that way. Also, third reason, there's an automatic GG mechanic in this game, and it is when you draw the Ace of Spades. In the rules, you are supposed to take that card out and put it in a position in the deck, in the position in which you want how long the game to be. So if you want the game to be short, you put it near the top. If you want it to be long, you put it near the bottom. Um, I don't have the ability to change where a card is on Roll20, and maybe I do, but I just don't know what it would be. And to be quite frank with you, unless someone tells me how to do it, I'll probably not go into it and figure it out. So it's going to be completely up to RNG when the game's going to end based off of the Ace of Spades. If it's the first card we pull, it's the first card we pull. Like if we're almost at the end and we pull that Ace of Spades card, RIPS, we died. Which is why I think we're going to end this game quick. Like we're gonna play more than one game. We're gonna probably play one or two. I feel like this is a deadly game, and that needs to be reflected in our expectations. Maybe I do this. Maybe I do just have like the top like that. I kind of cancel this. I kind of want to find a font that is let me make this big. I want to find a font that is like the Wretched Wasteland one that is all capitals. And I know I have them because I use them all the time. I'm a big fan of all capital fonts. On that same vein, I could also just capitalize the entire thing. Let me do that right now. It's just that purposely all capitalized. I wonder if I could simply hold on. Where's the PDF? Where else do we use this font? A different font. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do, huh? We're gonna pull up new, whatever you say. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna do that. It's about as straight as we're gonna get it. All right, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna. What did I just do? No, stop that. Stop that. I'm gonna grab this screenshot. I'm gonna switch over to this just so you guys aren't blinded. I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna find this font. Font finder. Do this down here. I actually have to do it up here. I'll move chat down. Oh, you guys can see what's over here. Let me not move chat down then. We'll do that one next step. Are the letters touching? Yeah, kinda. Do that there. Anywhere else where these are possibly touching? Not really. All right, next. Input, I understand. That did not work out. It did not identify it the way I wanted it. Give me a second. I just need to draw a line in between every one of these letters. So this can identify each letter. I wish I wouldn't have chosen such a long letter or long name. Long example. There we go. We could have gotten this done with waste. Okay, that was a bus. Let's go to a different one and see if that one's a little smarter. Sorry, I coughed in your ear. Okay, it looks like this one. Okay, it looks like this font. So now I know. Now I'm gonna search the name of that font. That is wild. That's not a good choice. This one. Download that font. I hope you guys are doing well today. Okay. I need to open my folder. We're gonna save this real quick. Not gonna save that. Extract all. And I get to click that, hit install. We've installed it. You. Now we open up Backclip Studio. Oh, it's already open. Well, now, JK. And I just press that instead. And wait for it to open on my other screen. And well, bam, we're back to where we were. But this time featuring a new font. So short. It's such a short font. I'm gonna make this a little tinier. It's encroaching on. Like that big. Once again, stream check, stream check. If I were on my stream, where would I be? There I am. I definitely pushed that and was expecting my stream to pop up, and it didn't. There we go. Yeah, so mad readable. Maybe not with this font, but or not with the color of the font. With it, we could change this. Do something like that. Make the two more bold, or in fact, just choose the number. I was just trying to be fancy by making the letter myself, or the number. It's mostly numbers. This. It probably would be too much to hope that my my filter catches me coughing. This case we're doing two, right? I'm sad about it. I'm officially sad about it. I hate it when it immediately unbolds. Ooh, is it because I have it on bold? Yeah. I'm not in love with the number. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not in love with it. It feels a little tiny. Yeah, I'm not in love with the number. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not in love with the number in this font. Well, I'll be honest with you, I feel like choosing a number is gonna probably be the easiest part of this. Simply because uh it's just, I swear, the more I look at this, the less I remember what a card actually looks like? It's better, bigger. Maybe we go with something like that kind of energy at the top of this card. And then that way I could do, oh boy. Is it this one? No. I would do, actually, where are the edges here? Let me grab this. That's a different edge copy. That was for our previous idea. I need to make another copy of this edge. The one that I can. Is it this one? Is it this one? Oh, you're on. It's that one. Okay. What we're gonna do is we're gonna come in here and we're gonna delete that. Why did that work? Hey, Hawkeye, how are you guys doing? That felt pathetic. Hi, how are you guys doing? Don't mind me, I'm sick. Um, hi. Hopefully, I didn't leave you guys waiting too long. I forgot I moved my chat up top while I was fixing some stuff. Yeah, two of heart struggles. That's where we're at right now. Let me move my chat back to where it's supposed to be. Oh, because I have you locked. That's why it didn't work. Now I can do it. And then instead, now I will take this. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna do this instead. There we go. So now we have the edge. I'm like a kind of just a little bit bummed I'm sick. I guess I'm happy I'm sick now instead of later this week. I usually get over illnesses fairly, like actual flus and colds, kind of quickly. Uh, so that's good. I'm not bummed because my birthday is this week. It's this Thursday, and I'm just like I don't want to be sick for my birthday. I'm not doing anything in particular, but like I don't want to be sick for it, you know? There's something I don't like about this. I think it's because it's tiny. It's like it's short, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I feel like let me do this. Duplicate this. Let me rasterize this image so I can manipulate it myself. I think that more somehow, some way. I think I just don't like the font choice. I think that's what this is. I think I just don't like the font for this. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I didn't mute in time. Apologies, apologies. I think maybe I like it more on an off white, but I do not. Mm, don't like the font. I thought I would, but I don't. And now I'm at the beginning again. Ugh, finding fonts, guys, is 100% the hardest part about doing this kind of thing. It's like you want it to be readable, but then it also has to fit like the space you want it to fit in. No, I can already see the issue with this font. And I hope you guys are feeling good. I'm feeling well today and haven't been hit by the everyone's traveling right now illness. I've heard so many people are sick right now, and I 1,000% blame anyone and everyone who traveled to a different city to watch the eclipse, which I would have been more fine with if um if it wasn't overcast all day here. So it's not even like we all saw it. Oh, good point. We are good spreaders. Yeah, it is. It's like you always know when people's like when like people are going on vacation a lot, and when the school year starts. You can always tell those. If you were to look at like a graph, I bet you it would tell a story about the times people are mostly sick on like big events. I'm a big fan of Hotel Paris. Oh, sorry. I try. I forget what font I use that for. Fuck it. Impact. Stupid. It's too fat. Of a font. Unfortunate. I don't remember to turn my lights on after I finish looking through fonts. I might just have to go out and find a new font, to be completely honest with you. I mean, it may be that kind of energy. That's hard to read. Because I also want to keep in mind, for fonts that are easy to read for people with dyslexia. I also want to keep that in mind. And if it's hard for me to like look at quickly and discern what it says, it's gonna be difficult for someone with dyslexia to read it. I keep wanting to lean into like a westerny type of look. But like that's not the vibe. It's just I keep wanting to make it the vibe. I just look condensed. The thing is that daily struggles is not nearly the longest word we're going to be using here. Let me, you know what? Let me go. So daily struggle is that one. Relics of the past, I think might be the longest one. Ooh, relics of the past, wasteland wonders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So it's 16 letters in wasteland wonders. 17 if we add the space, and we will. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Relics of the past is just going to be longer. So let's just type that one in. Relics. Oh my god. Sorry. Keeps happening before I can move my hand over to mute. It needs to fit that. Oh, I have to capitalize it. Maybe I don't. Maybe I do just go for a lowercase look. I just feel like it looks a little too modern. Like I guess it's kind of the point. I mean, if I were thinking about what our stuff is gonna look like 200 years in the future after a nuclear war, when does this take place? It says 200 years after the war. 1985. 1987. So things are gonna be like 80s coded almost. We're gonna go with 90s because I know more about the 90s than I do the 80s. Um, I want you to know that I googled 90s font choices, and the first thing that popped up was Puppy Puff. Was my first suggestion, just so you know where we're going here. I saw somebody talking about something being retro, and then following up with something from the 90s at the same time, and it quite literally hurt me on the inside. I got so hit out of left field. I wasn't expecting them to say that, and I could not. I was so insulted. At least it wasn't Comic Sans. True. I can't relate to the streamer tryhard, but I can certainly appreciate and respect it. Let me close these things. I am turning on my lights before I forget to again. I think we're gonna look for like a grunge inspired font. I think that's what we're going for. Something grungy. All right, this is what we're doing. Moving this over here, we're going to defont.com. For those of you who aren't aware, there is a website called Defont. It is one of the various font finding websites. Let's see. Eroded, maybe, is what we're looking for? Maybe old school? Retro, maybe? It kind of does. It actually is hurting my feelings to see if I see what the retro options are. But we're just gonna have to really like push through this. Relics of the past, and we're gonna do all of the fonts on one page. We're gonna throw this over here so we can all look through these. These are all retro fonts right now that we're looking through. We want it to be smoosh. Like this relics of the past right here. You can barely see my mouse, but if you can see it, this too too spread out. I would argue most of these are probably too spread out. Like somewhere around here, but more bold. Most likely is what we want. A more serious font. Like I want this energy right here, but more serious of a font. Which feels very weird to say. Don't get me wrong. I feel weird saying this is the kind of font I want. A serious font. What a ridiculous term. I don't really want to listen to the playlist. In this playlist. I could poke at this. Okay. Moving on. Oh, I have music so fucking low for you guys. Hold on. There I go. Sorry. You guys probably couldn't hear any of that the entire time I was listening to music. I'm not mad at this one. So we'll grab that one. Abram by Sato Creative. Nice. If you want to know when your favorite streamers are making overlays for their new shows, I can almost guarantee you they're spending like maybe an hour looking through fonts trying to choose the best one and or asking their friends who do this all the time. They themselves can recommend a font. Like, do you know a font that fits this energy? And they're like, I do know. Hold on. But yeah, so I got the Jenga tower in today and I got the webcam in today, which is nice. I am looking forward to trying them out. I bought the webcam, it's a cheap webcam. And I bought it even cheaper because I bought it renewed. Um, and so hopefully it works. We're hoping, you know. I don't hate this font actually. I'm just gonna go ahead and hit that real quick. I might not use it now, but maybe in the future I will. I still kind of like this font, but I don't know if I like it that much. I do like that font. We're just gonna yoink that. There's also things my friends have told me about fonts I've chosen in the past for like my thumbnails on YouTube back in the day, or things I've chosen for like my thumbnails for Twitter announcements, um, things for overlays in the past. I've had friends tell me why certain things don't work. Oh, this is a nice font. Certain things to look out for and why they didn't like certain fonts. So I just have to keep that in mind also. The quality on some of these fonts. A lot of the time it's like making sure it's level all the way through, that all the letters are on the same axes. Especially if it's supposed to do that on purpose. Like the consistency between like this E and this L, since they both are doing the little boop boop, and they're both meant to do that. That looks the same. The spacing between the letters, like this O and this C, how they look. The E and the F right here, they look the same. Also the same thing with the stuff on the top, making sure those are in the same level. And that things don't lean too much to the side. If it's meant to be symmetrical and stuff like that. It's things that have just been pointed out to me by people I know in my life that do stuff. Like some of these, like right here, this is super close, and then this is like super far away. Or like here, it's far away. Just like small things like that. Or like right here, this is super separated in a way that it's not like over here or up here. It's small things. Again, other people have told me to look out for. It's not so much my expertise. Just some notes I've gotten in the past. And I'm not perfect. I don't have an eye for it. Right off the bat, I have to like really sit there and really analyze it. Um, but yeah, that's what we're up to. Looking for fonts. I think I'm gonna go back up here and I'm gonna look for a different. These are all the choices they give you, by the way, up here. A little bit more options. These are all just gonna be cursive, huh? Yep. I guess cursive is a relic of the past. I hear they don't teach it in a lot of schools anymore. Which, like, the bump on my finger, from having to practice so much cursive in school, is a little annoyed by that. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's trash. I'm not gonna lie to you, the word relics no longer looks like a thing. Is that how you spell relics? Have I just had it misspelled this entire time? Or have I just seen it too much that it no longer means anything to me? Relics. Yeah, no, that's how you spell relic. It's just looks wonky. Let me put that back up there, by the way. While I'm here, let me make sure I put that back. Let me bring this back here. It's so funny. I don't get sick often in the way I'm sick right now. Like I'll feel bad. Because I am. chronically ill. So I will feel sick, but I don't feel like cold sick often or flu sick often. And it is, I was just like, this is better or worse than the last time I was sick. It might just do various. I I'd like relics 100% no longer looks like a word to me. Like it looks like a word that would be pronounced relice, you know? Yeah, like a font. That's very funny. Because I also kind of do the thing where like I try to unfocus my eyes, so I'm not paying super attention to it because I'm trying to replicate what it's going to be like to see it on the stream at lower um a pixel and pixelation, and also to see which ones catch my eye. If it doesn't catch my eye, it's not a good font for me. Oh, that's right. You can see my little guy move when I come up and I move. That's very funny. Uh, Imagine. What does destroy? What do you mean here? Isn't this just a rodent? Okay, if this is what destroy is, what is eroded? Basically the same exact thing. Cool, 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 cool. What is distorted? Okay. Now this is actually distorted. Okay, I see, I see, I see, I see. Okay, 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 okay. Alright, last one we're gonna do is comic. And then we'll install the ones we have and see if we have like any of those. I chose like I think two that I liked. Two fonts I like, possibly for what we were doing. Mhm. Yeah, I'm looking forward to trying out the honestly it feels like little presents to myself having bought this Jenga tower and the webcam. It's like a little like early birthday present to myself, you know? My gift this year to myself, a Jenga tower and a renewed webcam. It's the same webcam I used when I first started doing YouTube or streaming. I don't think I used a face cam when I was doing YouTube, but when I started streaming, I did. Though I started streaming over on YouTube, so I guess technically that is correct. No, I'm not vibing with any of these fonts. All right, we're off of this. Let me make sure to save this. Let me close out of view. We'll go over and open my fonts. The fonts. Also, guys, so I'm playing Stardew Valley. So Stardew Valley is my like, I'm sick. I just want to sit down and like, Thunder, how you doing today? Stardew Valley is my, I'm sick. I'm going to instead be laying here, or I'm going to be sitting here and playing this game instead, because I feel bad. And I recently found out, first of all, near the end of last year, I learned that Stardew Valley had like a game attached to it. I thought it was kind of like Stardew Valley, where or not Stardew Valley, like Farmville back in the Facebook days, in which you simply manage the farm and your goal was just to make a ton of money. Um, Turns out there's an actual game attached to Stardew Valley that I didn't know about. And I um and so I recently, like, when the new update came out, I started a new farm. If you guys have never seen, I guess I should do this on screen for you guys. If you guys have never like seen how to install fonts yourself, usually when you get a font thing, you're gonna get it zipped up like this. You extract it and then you open it up, and sometimes it'll have a little bit more stuff in it. Like this one had, you know, where it came from, how to install it, etc. These have nothing except a thing. When you open it up, you're gonna get a screen that looks like this. Um, it's just gonna give you the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog, so you can like get another preview of it, along with a bunch of numbers and like the sizes. It tells you like name of it, version, etc. All you have to do is hit install, and it will install it for you. And once it's grayed out like that, you're done. It has been installed. However, if you are in a program that you want to use that new font in, you're gonna wanna save what you're doing, close it down, then open it up again, and the program should have the fonts now because this is downloading it to like your stuff. Little side to side thoughts. Hell yeah. So if you guys are ever wondering, that's how that works. And then you can just delete the file off of your computer if you really want to. It's already installed. But like if you ever move computers, you'll probably want it again, especially if it's a font you really like. Um, I'll open Clip Studio again. I'm still I told you all about my Stardew Valley farm, and you get to see here thing about it. Oh well. All you need to know is that Stardew Valley Planner is really cool, and I am excited to make my farm look the way the way that picture that I showed on stream would be like. I don't think I want this one because it has like the distress on it. I don't think I want something distress right now. The next one, it starts with this S. I am gonna be really bummed if I'm sick on my birthday though. Let me tell you that right now. This one kind of reminds me of the font in what is it called? Shadows of Evil? The zombie map in Call of Duty, one of the Call of Duties. I never played it, but I did used to watch people play zombies in Call of Duty. I'm gonna tell you something. One of the things I'm a really big fan of, and something you would suck me into really easily, is anything to do with lore. If there's like a deep lore to whatever you're trying to introduce me to is, and it's like good lore, I'm going to be interested in it. Just like straight up. I will in fact be interested in it. Sorry. I don't think that reads well, but I need to open my own stream to check it out myself. Actually, that does read well. Oh, that's not the greatest to me. You guys read that? If it looks like that? It gets harder to read. Which I mean, checks out. Math checks out. I get so annoyed working with the font tool because I can't use any of my hotkeys to move around my canvas otherwise. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at this font. Keep this one in mind. What are you called? You're called Schumacher? What was it? Schwarzenberg? I can't actually see what it says. Schwarzenberg. All right, everyone keep that one in mind. Schwarzenberg. Oh, I read it easier on my stream. That's really funny. My screen it's not a big screen that I'm looking at, and it's kind of far away for me. Okay, what's the next one? Hominous. Although I don't think this is one of the ones that I got for this, but we might as well look at it. See if it's any good. Oh, that's so big. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. Alright, last one is F2Y Scorzin. 67 words? Scorzin. Keep the scores and okay, let's type some stuff in. Score. There we go. Oh, that's a good font. It's not good for this though. It's so tiny. Yeah. And it's gonna be the other one. It's gonna be Schwarzenberg. I like this font though. This is a nice font. Okay, let's put up the other one. Honestly, I'm used to I have a wrist rest that I use when I'm that I use for my keyboard. Not using it. Um I keep like dropping my arms too fast onto the desk because I'm used to the cushion underneath me of my wrist rest. And you don't really realize how nice or important something is until it's no longer there. I'll have to like do some measurements in the future to make sure that's like centered. Yeah, that looks really good on stream. Looks a little worse to me. Oh, that air in the pass is kind of annoying me. But what are you gonna do? That's one of the things I'm talking about. It should look exactly like the one of the R and the P, but it doesn't. It's even thicker than the one or the O. That's what I mean by the consistency of the streams or the fonts. I hit a lot of buttons. I hope that didn't break anything. Everything on stream looks fine, so it doesn't look like I broke anything. Hold on, have a lot of. So I'm in. So here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing about me. Remember the time I talked about how I'm really invested in anything that has a lot of lore in it? Anything with like interesting lore will catch my attention. Which is true for history things also. There's this guy. Oh, what is his name? Hold on. Photographer. There's this guy called Edward Muybridge. There was this gentleman called Edward Muybridge, and you may not know their name, but you do probably know of their work. And if you're not familiar with their work, um, probably you have been affected by his work. Um, he's known for pioneering work in the photographic studies of motion, and early work in motion picture projection. So if I just go here, so first of all, he's taken some absolutely phenomenal photography of different places around the United States, taking some increasingly daring videos or pictures. But he's mostly known for this, um, finding out that a horse, there is a point in which the horse, in fact, is floating in the air, right? It was apparently a huge bet that happened. Someone bet that um, all all four legs aren't always on the ground, and someone else is like, obviously they have to be on the ground at all times, otherwise they'd fall. So Edward, he set up a ton of cameras down a track essentially, and he set them up so they'd go off in succession, and that's how he got all these photos, right? Um, and then he put them like essentially in like what we consider like a flip book at this point, and we could see see that there are frames in which all four legs are off the ground. And it was repeatable, um, and it was huge, right? So this guy, Edward Muybridge, so that's very interesting, or whatever, about his existence. However, Edward Muybridge, to me, most interesting thing about this gentleman, is that Edward Muybridge is originally from England. He was born in Kingston upon Thames, Surrey, England. And at the age of 30, he immigrated to the United States, right? And so he became a bookseller in New York City, and then he went to San Francisco. Um, but in 1860, he wanted to go back to Europe. He wanted to take a trip back to Europe, but he suffered serious remember this one. He suffered serious head injuries en route um en route to take the trip to Europe in a stagecoach crash, because this was back in the days when we still used stagecoaches to get everywhere, in Texas. He's again serious head injuries, and he spent years recuperating, in which he then started to take up photography while he was doing this. He ended up selling his business, and then becoming this like well-renowned photographer. Here's the thing, though: he's a boring guy. Like he was just a very academic guy. Essentially, by all accounts, everyone always said that he was kind of just like a chill, normal dude. Nothing really remarkable about him until he hit his head. um, and had serious head injuries. After he had serious head injuries, his entire personality shifted. Okay, his entire personality shifted, and he became outgoing. He became pugnacious. Um, he like really blossomed in a very real way. Um, and so that's why he has a lot of like remarkable photography, because he would like go out on like a fallen tree that's over a cliffside. He would climb to the end of that tree to get like the perfect photo of the cliffside, and people would call him crazy, insane for the things he was doing. And you were right. But yeah, his entire personality shifted, and it really, really kind of changed the course of history and his own history. And like it talks about like how he took all these photos, and like where he took them. He went everywhere and took photography everywhere. Like I said, he had not a fearful bone in his body. He was very much a daredevil. And he was also, because he had also zero impulse control, um, he got to know some like well-known people and made some terrible decisions around them. With like bets, he was terrible with his money. Um, he got fights with so many people. Um, I think he might have murdered someone. I can't even remember anymore. He definitely had several affairs, though. Um, he forever is angry that he wasn't coined as the person who invented the moving picture. It was um it was coined to someone else. Anyways, his fucking Wikipedia page is fucking enormous. Um and if ever you have a day to just sit down and read about it, I would 100% sit down and read about Edward Muybridge, because my man's was ridiculous. Anyways, enough procrastinating with work here. I think I like this font. I think the Relics of the Past, I think that's fine. It's kind of hard for me to tell where the beginning and end, where the top and the bottom of this card is. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting to mute. Anyways, I don't hate that. I don't hate just having the top of this be the same color as the edge. It's a little hard to tell because the background is also gray. I'll be completely honest with you. I don't actually know how to change that. Um, I'm sure there's a way to do it. I'm sure I've seen it before. I just don't know where that button is. Yeah, I simply don't know how to change the background. I will look it up after the fact, maybe, hopefully. Because it would, in fact, help me. Also, don't forget to hydrate, guys. Do it for, if not for me, do it for the Kool-Aid man. Oh, what does the number look like, actually, on this one? Right now we have Acme font. No, I still kind of prefer Acme font. I don't love the idea of having two different colors of these things, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Let me go over here. Let me choose the Diamante. Because it's not Diamante, might be not Diamante. Heart. I want to change the color of that red. It's a little too, honestly, I might just put like a drop shadow under it or something to differentiate it. Kind of like I've done with the outside of this, where it just has a little bit of a black outline. And that'll differentiate it a little bit. Duplicate that layer. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to increase the size a little bit. I'm going to change this color to black real quick. We're going to change this color to that black real quick. I'll tell you right now, this isn't actually the way you should do this. Actually, I'm gonna do this. Um, put that there. I don't know where. I guess it'd just be nice not to cough. I'd really just appreciate that. I clicked on this, right? Yeah, I am. Oh, it's because I have something else. Yeah, I had something else. Okay. Wait, hold on. Anyways, I have been really enjoying playing Stardew Valley, and this new update has been a lot of fun. Um, I have been farming. Like I said, I didn't realize it was an actual game attached to Stardew Valley. I just thought it was a fun farmingville simulator. Where your goal was just to make a bunch of money. I had no idea there were like different islands to go to, and I know there were different locations you could go to. Um, actual gameplay, like benefits to doing certain things. And so this time around, I knowing all those things exist, I have been kind of like going hard to learn how to do all those things. And like I've watched enough, I feel like I've watched enough YouTubers to like kind of get the gist of how to do a lot of the things. You know, I feel like it's been going well. I'm still slow on making money because I'm not like obsessed with making a ton of money. Um, And some of the like easy money making methods kind of are not my vibe. And like I don't like fishing in games in general. So the fact that fishing in this game is like an easy way to make money and also has one of the most infuriating fishing mechanics I've really ever experienced. It's truly an experience. I don't know. There's definitely easier ways to do what I'm doing, but yeah, here we are. Uh, some of the things I showed in that photo, I don't have access to yet. No one actually know how to get some of those things. I can kind of assume there's like certain like I haven't been to certain places in the game yet, so I'm assuming I have to do those. But again, I kind of like want to set up my farm before I get there. I don't know if you guys relate. Anybody here a Farming Valley fan? Any Farming Valley? Any farmers out there? I'm sorry. It's really the smallest thing ever, but it does make it pop out a little bit more. I'll clean it up later. Because I have to do that with everything. All right. Let me now do this. I thought I just saw it. Wait, duplicate this layer. Let me come over here. Very cute, actually. Yeah, I have trying to make that one work. Holy. Doesn't matter if I go big, it just gets cute. Yeah. I want the particle size to be smaller. I'm trying to find like a good distress. Like something that just kind of like does this. It's just like messy. Messy, but with like purpose, you know? The reason it's this color, by the way, because I'm making it transparent, so it shows whatever's under it. So I could see, for better or worse, if it's going to be hard to see under it, you know? Because again, this is a template, right? In theory, I shouldn't do anything to this up here, but I just want to see. Oh, not what I meant to choose. No TikTok. That one had a real obvious tree on it. Trying to do it fast enough so you can't actually see what the pattern is. Things just look like stationery. No, it needs something. I feel like this needs something to look interesting, this top section, but maybe I just leave it like that. No, man. Isn't it like the indecision really starts to get me, huh? Oh no. Oh, quit witch. Oh no. Which one was that? Which one was the one that looked good on stream? Oh no. Was it this one? Was it this one? Oh, how do I know Lamau? I wonder if I can catch the vibe of when you said it. There were actually a few. Use the forest PD and trust your instincts. Oh no. Oh, my instincts. That's the last thing I want to trust. No. I'm curious though, which one you said that on. So I am in the VOD, just going backwards real quick. Not even sure the VOD would catch it. You were flipping pretty quickly. I was definitely flipping pretty quickly. I think it was the grassland or grass patch. I think that one was the one you liked. When we were in the grasses, when we were there. I think I like them. It's just a matter of choosing one that I feel like has the energy, right? Because again, what we're going for is kind of like this rundown look in the background, right? Right? Sorry. Yeah, and I want the like kind of apocalyptic look is a thing also. I mean, I think there's something to that. Wait, my favorite game right now is playing a Fever, or is this simply is it just humid and hot outside? I will choose a different color in the background because I don't necessarily know if this is going to be like the what the color of the I'm gonna do. If I'm gonna do like something like I'm thinking of either changing the name's color or changing the well, I'm having a couple of minds about it. I want so there's four different suits, right? There's the hearts, there's the spades, there's the clover, etc. Right? Um, I want to change the color of something so I can recognize, so we can all recognize, like, oh no, this is a Raiders card. We're in danger, danger. This is a danger card. This is gonna be a nostalgic prompt. Let's figure that out real quick. That's so that's the like color coordination I want to go about it. But I don't know what to change. Obviously, I know that the top up here is going to change because it's going to be a different suit, right? But I either want the background of this to change, the card, like the yellow, the tan, pink, or whatever. It wouldn't be those colors, but like something like that. Or maybe I just do the name. The name is the one that gets the different color treatment. I think what I'm also trying to keep in mind as I do this. All things we gotta think about, guys. Part of me wants to like emphasize this by just like making it kind of gnarly looking, a little scratched out there, like I was doing with the building earlier, or the books. Yeah, kind of do that, and that's what like differentiates this from like relics of the past or whatever. That's the vibe. That's not the vibe. I kind of almost wanted to feel like one of those anime intros where like it shows the name and then it gets like scratchy behind it to emphasize it before it moves on. Or like a cartoon that does that. I mean, anime, cartoon, they're basically the same. But that's what I would do if we were doing like a sci-fi thing, right? Like I'd use this, and that looks a little bit more like digital looking, right? But we're not. So we have to work with what we've got. I'm gonna just try out a few more things and then we'll move on. And I'll make this a me problem in the future, in the very near future, but in the future nonetheless. I think you guys can't see me. Um, you can't see me as a person. So I keep doing things and like expecting you guys to react to me like dropping something. Do a couple of hatches and then we'll call it a day. I would like if we are entering that time of year in which I don't usually use a webcam because it is too hot in this goddamn world. Except for like special streams, like if I'm on somebody else's channel, or or if I'm doing like the solo teacher RPG, like something that merits, that needs me. That's pretty much the only time you'll catch me with the webcam on until it gets cool. We're not there yet, but it's getting to that time. We're getting to that point. That's wild looking. I'm not going through this as if you guys didn't sit through me like 30 minutes of choosing a font. I'm like, no, don't be disinterested in what I'm doing. You gotta fully it up. Which is true, but I am, I've certainly done more boring things than, than what I'm doing right now, I would argue. And TTRPG out there that I want to read through, solo TTRPG that I want to read through and see if it's any good. Or like a music one, for like my purposes. Um, I think I'm gonna live with my choices there. Uh, I'm just gonna leave that there for now. Because my layers are what I would consider a fucking mess right now. Wherever I colored in, I guess all of these are just, no, I colored in the description box. I have to turn that off though. But I have the unbearably bright screen you're about to go. A night light. Oh, it's not going to affect you at all, but it is going to affect how I see my screen. I do like this color, I think. I don't know if it's gonna clash too much with the rest of the past though. I want this to be my felt pen because that's see-through. Let me do this. It's easier to erase with a felt pen than it is to go back over it. Because a felt pen, like a Copic marker, just goes over itself. Move both of these. But yeah, so I'm a big fan of lore, right? Mm. And so whenever there is any sort of like historical anything, I like to delete this layer. Sorry. Is that what I want? I want to be able to see it a little bit more. If it will prime the background, it will be a color. Like, you will see the background color a little bit. Let me make another layer here. Do that one. One, two. Let me go for the third one on this one. And also just like clean up the edges real quick. So one of the things that I've become obsessed with lately, despite not really listening to her music, is Taylor Swift. Um, and like and like her music, the Easter eggs, and how her fans interact with her, and like how she's cultivated that sort of community. Um, it's like it's genuinely so fascinating. I love it, and not necessarily listen to her music right now, but like I can definitely see she's like a singer songwriter. I have a hard time. I have like what is it called? Audio processing issues. So like when I'm listening to music, I'll hear the music and I'll vibe with the music, but I'm not necessarily listening to, you know, the words themselves. I think this needs to be a little bit. Yeah, I think it needs to be this one, right? Like it's so kind to see the stuff on the bottom. Maybe it's actually easier if I did this. Maybe it'll actually be easier if I simply just do this. Oh, stay hydrated. Thank you so much, Crit Witch, for the hydrate or dihydrate or dicoffin drink for me. Gracias, gracias, gracias. Lo aprecio. I just moved the opacity like this. Something like that, maybe. Like an 85% opacity. And 90. I need to see this straight on. Ooh, like none of that sounds like a good option. True. Like the transparency, right? It's nice. Like, I'm so desperately to move this number up. There you go. Like an 85. I have to wait for stream to catch up. It's already caught up. An 85 there. Okay, the other thing I'm thinking here, I need to delete these before I just lose my mind with how many layers I have now that I'm not labeling. Um, the other thing I'm thinking is down here for these, they have different colors for the background of these. So it's either going to be, let's just do all of them before I move forward, just so we can get like an idea of what the concept is here. Glad about it. Uh, that, I guess that maybe. One of these is not like the other. Something like that, right? Definitely this one or the purple one needs to change. It's because of the blue in the background. It's really fucking with what colors I can choose here. Because blue and red cancel each other out, basically. Um and that's why it's getting that sort of like grayish color when it's actually quite bright. So I don't do that, right? Or we simply do the dye. Because here we have to remember I'm gonna have either a times 0 or a times 2 down here. Um, I don't remember what I chose for the other things. Oh, like I'm gonna do like a yes or a no, I think maybe down here. Like either a check mark or an X, and maybe the same thing down here, a check mark or an X. So we're gonna do that, or we're gonna do. Did I lose it already? There it is. I think that looks better, right? With like the whole thing filled out. Whole thing filled out might look better. I'll drink some more water and think about it. Why I just zoomed in on the wrong thing. I think that big, I think. Let me see. Then just want to capture. Even smaller, maybe. Maybe like maybe that big on screen. Yeah, we probably are gonna want it that one tick bigger. You know about that? I just looked down and saw your calling from earlier, which and I was like, oh no, never. These are a good option. Oh no. Back to the drawing board. Just seeing if it looks good with different backgrounds. Final boss is this one. I think if they don't get too adventurous with the background color, I think it'll be fine. I guess it's gonna have to okay. Okay. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna plan for both. I feel like that reads less almost. Like what's in the box matters less in this case. And when it's full color, it matters more what's down there. Like the colors aren't my favorite. Like I'm not vibing a lot with orange, nor am I vibing a ton with the purple. I am vibing with the blue, but not the other two, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think that's the right decision. For now at least. We'll keep figuring shit out. We'll keep figuring it out. We'll keep thinking on it. Let me move this up again. This helps me out a little bit with my decision making if it's a little higher up. Do that as our background real quick. So the next thing we need to figure out is how to type this in. Relics of the past up top, and this is going to be a little bit of a mess because there's no actual relics of the past that's hard. I believe, I don't actually know what relics of the past are. Let me see. Let's go. Let's go. Hearts are a daily struggle. So the two of hearts is, alright, that's where we come down here. And let's use the same font we did before, the Schwarzenberg. And let's use the same, use that same color. The same black we've been using everywhere else. Alright, move my keyboard up. I'll move this up here. Put my wrist rest going. So we have, well, it's small. It's different font again. Schwarzenberg. Let's take out the bold. Alright, so we're gonna do water. Nope, we can't do this font. Okay. We can do this font. Nope, this is also an all capitalization font. Ta-da. Just go with the bond schrift of water. I'm gonna use a longer one. This one's not long enough. The other part is long. I think A part is the longest one. So I always work with um the worst case scenario, essentially. Um, that way you can plan, you don't get blindsided by a super long text and you're like, oh no. That way you can make decisions of, it's okay if I make this smaller. Or, it's all right. I can make everything else bigger. Now, the important test. How does that look on screen? Oof. A little hard. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. Mm, mm, a little hard to read. Oh, I don't know if I was going to be able to get that out. And how are you? ¿Cómo estás? How are you doing, my friend? I'm sick. Hello, hello, hello. Anyone coming from Kalino's stream? Or Kid Callan. If you guys don't follow Kid Callan, make sure you do. He's one of my good friends. And he does some really fun streams. He is, I believe you were playing with Blender today, right? You were doing some Blender work. I say playing as if you're not, you know, doing very good work on this. Did I break this? I might have. Let's just. There we go. No longer broken. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, Sinful, how you doing? Chilling in Blender today. I like it, I like it, I like it. Right now, welcome, welcome, Raiders. I'm PB, welcome. I am PB if PB plays inside. Right now, we are working on vacancies. Am I? Hold on. Test, test. Oh, I am. Hold on, hold on. Everyone hold. There we go. We're back. We're back and better. And this problem should be solved soon-ish. The issue should hopefully be solved sooner rather than later. I simply have to wait a little bit, but it's my audio interface. It's just poor boy. It's just not working anymore. Hi, I'm PB from my PB Plays Inside. If you guys don't follow Kalina, make sure you do. He's a phenomenal creative also in this, and he does a lot of Blender stuff. If you guys don't know what Blender is, it's basically 3D modeling. And he's pretty cool and neat and a good friend of mine. So, make sure to follow him if you haven't. I'm PB from PB Plays Inside. Right now, we're working on making a template for cards that we are going to be using for a solo TTRPG game, a solo tabletop role-playing game. In the near future, this game uses a Jenga tower and 52 normal playing deck. You know, just cards that you would usually use, the ones you have like in a drawer somewhere. However, in this game, you draw the card, and that card correlates with a prompt. Every single card is something different in the game, and therefore I didn't necessarily want to go flipping through pages of this RPG to find like, all right, I got the two of hearts, so let me like flip through until I find the two of hearts, and then I read it, and then I have to type in, what the prompt is, because I have to pull another, 1 to 5 cards after that card, and I'm supposed to create a narrative every single day that way, and it wasn't a vibe, so instead I'm going to be pulling these cards that I'm making right now. It's what you see on the screen. And I am going to pull those cards. I'm going to import them over in Roll20 and place them down. And that way we can both read the prompt. And I can read the prompt, you can read the prompt, and we both know what we can do. And if I forget to do something, you guys can tell me. And so on and so forth. That way we all know the rules pretty easily because it's on the card, right? We read what the prompt is. I put them in the order we want to tell the story. You see, okay, I have to roll 2 die. I need to roll 2 die. I'm not pulling from the Jenga tower, and I'm not discarding this card. That's basically what those symbols on the bottom mean in the blue, the orange, and the purple. And then I have some sort of depiction about what the card is, right? In this case, the picture and the text do not match because right now I'm just trying out what the template is. I'm trying out fonts right now. We were just dealing with colors and stuff like that. And yeah, so that's what we're doing right now. If that's of any interest to you, make sure to stick on by, but I won't take any offense if you hop on out. I know it's late for some people, and people gotta work. So if you have to hop off, thank you guys so much for stopping by. And make sure to take care of yourself. I'm personally sick right now. I have a pretty little cough going on, and I'm getting over a flu, so I totally understand what's happening. But thank you so much again, Kalino, for the raid. Kalino is what I call Callan, Kid Callan. So if you guys are curious. But yeah, what did I decide on? When it comes to the colors or something else, Crit Witch, I am I think I'm going with these filling in the oh my god, I keep doing the wrong thing. I think I'm gonna go with filling in the full. Is it this one? Yeah, I think I'm gonna fill in the whole thing. I think this is not enough visual information, and make it look empty. So I think I am gonna go with just filling in the whole bottom. I think that makes it feel a little bit more full. If that's what you're talking about, I'm sorry, I didn't. I meant to mute, but sometimes the mute doesn't work and it makes me sad. Also, if you're curious why I drink up in some of my channel points don't require you to write something in, it's so I don't get spammed with that. So you can't just spend all your points by just clicking. I'm gonna force you to type something in every time. But yeah, so right now we're trying to figure out if this is readable down in the description, down here, and figuring out what size the font needs to be. I think I'm gonna have to reword some of these so it fits in the card a little bit better. I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. So I discover a battered but serviceable compass. With this, you will be able to ensure you're on the right path. You have to use some contractions here. You can't get lost while traveling in the waste. All right, let's do that. Can no longer get lost. And rolling a 1 no longer pushes you back a tile. And there we go. And then we're probably going to do something like this to differentiate these. I don't like that these both start with no longer get lost. What if I rephrase these? What if I do like discovery, a battered but serviceable compass? What if I do that instead? Can I not do my key for bold? Such. Do something like that. Discovery, a battered but serviceable compass. No longer get lost, and rolling a 1 no longer pushes you back a tile. And then maybe I do rolling a 1 would be bold like that. And that lets me stay at this. Oh, let me do this. So I can move this over here. I keep making this tiny because one of the very important things about this is because this is a streamed game, I want to make sure this is legible to you guys on stream. Because I will be able to read these, but it's important to me that you can read them. And next on the to-do list, PB creates a new game or becomes a designer for a game. Imagine. Discovery. I think maybe the font might be better a little bit larger, and I can afford that now on this one. A lot of these are worded kind of weirdly, a lot of these cards. So I think I can get away with making this a little bit larger. I'm not in love with this, how this looks when it's bolded. I feel like this sped up and cut could be used in the portfolio. So much just yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Honestly, I'm hoping that by doing this, like one of the things that's important to me while I'm doing this is that I'm learning new skills, right? Not only just for me, like I like it's a nice way to use like critical creative thinking skills, if that makes sense. I think we really put a lot of emphasis. Actually, before I say this, let me just say it. I want to make sure I can. I think there's a lot of emphasis put on critical reading skills, critical thinking skills, and things like that. But there's not a lot of put into, or a lot of merit put into critical creative thinking skills. And you make a lot of decisions when you're designing things. Pretty much every little thing you're deciding something, right? Oof. Sorry, I tried the mute, but it doesn't always work, the button. Every little thing you do when you're creating something, you're thinking about every little aspect. Like, I am taking a lot of inspiration from other card games, other TCGs, but I'm not a TCG player. I don't play any card games. I don't collect any cards. Nor do I really like go out to look at cards. The only cards I really look at were when I was a kid, and I would just collect Yu-Gi-Oh cards and Pokemon cards because I never played with anyone. They were just pretty cards that I would look at, and I stopped doing that when I was like 11 or 12. And then, what my friends show me, when they're excited about new Magic things, right? And that's the only time I really ever look at cards. So I had look at a lot of different cards to try and decide like where I was going to put everything, right? Like um the description is typically near the bottom. There's icons for different like, you know, buffs, debuffs. But since this is a playing card, you know, this is just one of the 52 standards. I had to have like the heart, spade, club, diamond up at the top and the number. Although it didn't have to be up there, I chose to put it up there. And because it was empty, I wanted to put some sort of title, and you guys gave me an idea to just put the category these cards were in. And so from there, it becomes, okay, how do I want this to look, right? So for me, it was important to go into this entire endeavor of doing solo TTRPGs. The reason they're kind of unhinged and I go a little too hard on them is because it's important to me to learn and work with my own critical creative thinking skills, and to imagine something and then figure out how I want to put it, right? Put it on the card. And what my process is, because it's not a thing I do. It's not just a casual skill I think anyone has to just be able to drop it. Maybe if like you're a TCG player and you know TCG, just the card game is what it stands for, I believe. So unless you're like a TCG player and like that's kind of their jam, and then like I could see, you know, you having an eye for doing this, but I do not. So every step of the way of doing this has been a lot of work. The same thing with when I did the trackers, right? I needed to learn a whole new skills to do that. Because I knew that some things were possible, but I didn't know what it was. You know, like what is actually possible? I don't know. I simply do not know. So, going into this with this, I don't know where any of these things are happening. Why nothing is popping up. So I'm just not gonna worry about it. But like all of that, anything I've done for these solo TTRPGs has been out of my wheelhouse. Making all those NPC cards, it was just me learning how to use this drawing tablet. It's me getting used to the tools in Clip Art Studio as someone who needs to be a little bit more tactile in what I'm doing, right? Um, like the next thing I want to do is I want to figure out if there's anything I want to do to the description box. Sorry, I keep moving my mouse on my stream and not on the actual stream on what you guys are actually seeing. So that's important to me. So thank you, Kurtwich, for saying that because I am trying to learn skills. I don't know if it's gonna amount to anything, if I'm gonna come out of this like wanting more use out of my skills and wanting to apply them in a more professional manner, I guess. But I do want to come out of this with more comfort in using these tools that I'm using right now and the programs I'm using. And in the future, having these skills available to me as I play other games, right? Because this is not a one and done, right? There are several games that use a deck of cards, and each card has a different meaning attached to it. And for stream, I feel like that's the worst thing I could possibly do. Uh, for stream, I feel the worst thing I could possibly do is have to flip through a bunch of pages to figure out how to do things, especially when I'm by myself. There's no one here to vamp with me or to like tell the story while I am or continue on the story while I am looking around for things, right? And if I'm trying to fill the silence, I'm gonna start like getting frazzled. Um So having these skills and having like these templates almost laid out for me, it means that if I don't have time to figure something out, I could simply go back to this and just change it up a little bit and boom, I have my template for a different game, right? Um Same thing with like the NPC cards. The NPC cards are always going to be there for me. If I need NPCs for something, I need a picture for them, I got it. I have them done, right? Like same thing with like random evidence. I always have that done. And I've learned a lot about it. Like this time around when I do these illustrations, I'm going to be using the oil paint feature on Clip Art Studio instead of the gouache as I use in the NPCs. And we're going to see how that works out. That's what I'm going to do next. Um and yeah, so that's my goal. Going through this, every single game, I want to learn a different skill, right? Um in the last one, I kind of learned how to do things last minute. Um and also I learned how to do some cool transitions in OBS um that I can expand on in the future when I learn how to do things a little bit better. Um and I have some goals of things I want to do, like with trackers. I want to be able to find a way to program it so if I hit a button, a token will move forward um on OBS, and if I press another button, it'll move backwards. Like that's sort of how I'm approaching all of this in general. What time is it? 9:20? Oh, it's still early. All right, I'm gonna BRB. Um, let's see. What do I put on this timer? I'm gonna put a hot 7 on there. And I shall BRB. Make sure to stand up, get a drink, and I'll talk to you guys in a second. I swear, one day I'll be back in time. I'll be back when I say I should be back. Today wasn't that day, but I promise one day it will be. Hello, 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 I'm back. I hope you guys had a good little stretch. You had some good refill of your waters, change into your PJs, whatever you do at night. I hope you guys had an opportunity, but that was probably closer to 10 minutes, right? Oh my gosh. Sorry, I just had to stretch my back. My back. I hope you guys are doing well this evening. Hope everything's still going well for you guys. Okay. Looking at this, I'm trying to decide what I want to do with the border around the description. I feel like it's kind of just iconic to keep it a square. And considering everything else is kind of squarish and angular in some ways, it's like a rounded angular, and so is the description box. So I think I might just keep it like that. It feels a little amateurish to me, but I'll be honest with you, I don't care that much. All right. Let me get back to it. God, I can't tell the difference between the background and the card. So I can't make sure this is directly in the middle. It's gonna bother me until I sit down and I draw a straight line through. That's the only thing that makes me a little sad about Clip Studio, is that it doesn't do it naturally. A lot of programs will allow you to like clip to a grid, and it'll also show you like where you are and compare if you're like in line with other elements on the page. But Clip Studio does not do that. It's the one thing I wish they would get. I'm assuming it's really hard to program though, so it's probably why it doesn't exist. Been drunk. Oh, like when you move it, it snaps. Yeah, I wish it had that. It doesn't have that naturally. There's things like I can set up oh like a line where it'll all clip in. It just takes a while to get it all measured out. And that's something I'm terribly interested in doing here on stream. On stream, I just want to get like the elements down so I could sit down and start grinding away at this all. Because one of the things I also need to do that I'm going to do probably off stream, I say probably because it just depends on how I feel. I need to change this. There's a clover there, and you can kind of see it there with the background, but it matches the black. So I'm thinking, and the same thing with the spade. The spade's back there, but it's hard to see. But it's back there. It's doing its thing. Only the reds really make sense right now, and really only the heart, because that's the only one that put any effort into it right now. But yeah, so I think I am going to leave most of this as is, all the elements. Now the only thing left is to decide what I want to do for all of these. So here's what we're going to do. I don't think this is anything. Nope, it's nothing. We can delete that layer. None of these layers are showing anything, so we could just delete all those layers. Is this the cutout? Yeah, I was thinking of doing like maybe a little. So I never told you what this was meant to be, but this over here was meant to be like this burned, right? And just a stylistic burning of the card. And since it matched the like outline of the card, this is what was quote unquote missing, right? And that's where the suit would be. and then I'd write, relics of the past or whatever next to it. But I couldn't get it to look in a way I wanted it to. It just kept being big. So it kept being not what I wanted. You anything. No, you can be deleted then. What are you? Turn this on. That's nothing. You get to be deleted. What are you? Ah, yes, the original idea. I kind of wanted to make all the edges dirtier. Um, but I simply don't think I have the ability to do that right now. Like, I don't have the vision to do it well. So we're just not going to do it. What is this? Is this anything? Sorry, I'm cleaning up my file on stream. This is actually kind of important. Nope, that's nothing. Sorry. Then delete that layer because we have the one we're going to be using. And we can lock you now. I'm simply not gonna. I was thinking of making my own letters, but I have since changed my mind. I'm just gonna delete that layer. That's very important. Ah, yes, the original lines up here. See, now this is what I'm talking about. All of this is me doing, pulling out the guidelines and making them myself to make sure that everything was symmetrical. And that way, when I did anything, it would snap in place. It's hard to tell, but it does go in between all the black lines. And I did the same thing with the description box. It's all right on it. So that's what I'm talking about when I mean I don't want to do this on stream. Because it takes a lot of me just staring at the screen for a while and determining if it's on the correct, if it, like, and just doing math, like really getting in here and count and seeing what number things are on. But those are my reference lines. So that's what that is. And I have another reference line up top, up here. It's weird that that's the only thing there, but fine. I don't want to move that anyways. Oh, no, 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 that's not what I want to do. I want to lock it. That's important for me. Because I also have dots everywhere on that one, so I have references of where to start the guidelines. Oh, this is also on that. Let me bring you down here. And truly, let's just merge these layers. So I don't have to keep doing that. All of these are important. These in theory should go description box colors. I'm gonna move that over here. Do that. I'm gonna put that there just so I have a little bit of separation. Hey, welcome to organizing your layers. I'm gonna name this header. I'm gonna call this card header. Hater, like Bill Hader. Header. It's just a copy. All of this is background, so let me just make this all a background. Background colors. And then I'm just gonna do that there. This is sample. Sample. Unfortunately, I need the card symbol to be below the card edge since I've made this all the same color. The card edge is still the same. I just need to be able to see it, which is also why we can't delete this one. Because this one shows me where the edge is going to be. That way I don't play outside the lines. And also, in the future, I can make my guidelines there. All right, now we can come up here. And I'm going to come back down here. I'm going to make a folder here. And we're going to call these numbers. Card numbers. Be as descriptive as we can, PB, so we don't get confused in the future. And that way I can count reference lines. Template. All right. I'm getting off that other edge. Yeah, there we go. That's something I could do in the future. I don't have to do that on stream. Card numbers are there. So sorry. All right. These can be up here. I don't mind that. So let's delete that layer. We no longer need it. Description words. We're gonna call this part A, and then this is part of the header words, header title, words. Because we're gonna be duplicating these a million times. And they're all gonna be their own thing. These need to be organized because I'm about to like kind of go a little nutty. Reference icon, reference icon, reference icon, icon sketch maybe is what I'll name this. I have the numbers there. Welcome to How to Organize Your Layers. I'm your host, PB, exactly. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you guys enjoy your stays. All right. Reference lines, layers. Illustration, example. One. Move these in here. Let's call this icons. Edge collapse. Because I'm about to put every single one of these descriptions and headers. We're about to get a lot of layers. So I want to make sure these are kind of collapsed. So I don't have to worry about accidentally fucking something up. Ideally, I'm moving card symbol and card numbers up to the top up here because I don't need to look at icons. I don't need to look at edge. I don't need to look at the border. I don't need to look at the description colors or anything like that. Um, at all. I'm even gonna actually, you know what? I don't like this being a loose file. So I'm just gonna call this a header. And we're gonna throw it in there. And we're gonna do that. And can I paint my layers? I can. Um, no. Maybe I do red. I do use red. So that'll be red. These are the things I'm not changing. I'm not moving. They stay. Maybe I do this more neutral color, actually. I do them blue. We do not fuck around with these. These are the way they are for a reason. These are exactly where they need to be. Everything else is going to be moved. They're both gonna be red. These are things that are changing. Card symbol, card number. So again, card symbol, card number. Ideally, they're gonna be up top, up here. All the reds are gonna be up here. I just need to make sure that they are in line with everything else in the future. And for that same reason, I'm not duplicating these right now and changing them up. Because it's going to be simply easier for me to do this in the future. But for the sake of stream and for you guys helping me decide what we're going to do here, I am going to change the names of these so we can decide what we want to do with them. So we're going to change the title of this one. This is going to be our daily struggles. And again, I'll have like some sort of reference or whatever here. And so the idea is to maybe change the color of these, depending on depending on um depending on which one it is, right? So here's the thing, okay? Our hearts are daily struggles. 1,000%, that's what the heart is. The heart will always be daily struggles. And then we would have like relics of the past be a different one, right? All right, this is just yellow for now. And I'm considering doing that for this and then duplicate this layer. I actually have no idea what the other ones are called. Let me pull up the PDF real quick. I don't know how you always have such good emotes, Kalino. Okay, wait, relics of the past is diamonds. The raiders is the spade. Nope, the clover. I'll remember what they're called. I'm gonna have like a sticky note or something to remind me what each of these are called. The raiders. The raiders. The raiders just make me think black and white, you know? But that's because I'm a football fan. Raiders are bad though. Raiders are danger. So maybe these are the ones that are like red, despite it being a club. Oh, I have this the other way around. Is it like this? Nope, other way. It's my cap lock button. The Raiders. For those of you who don't know, I'm a little bit of a heathen. I taught myself how to type when I was a kid. My parents got me a computer early on from like a salesman. Remember when there used to be salesmen? My parents bought a computer, a Windows 98 from a salesman, and with that computer, um, I would also get a lot of discs, a lot of educational quote unquote discs. A lot of them that did not work with that computer, funnily enough. I believe they were for Windows 95 and were not compatible with Windows 98. So a lot of those discs did not work, but some of the discs did, and I found some nice games on them. Educational. Some of them. I think I was supposed to be learning angles. One of my favorite games was this archer game. And all you did is you just like had to angle your little bowman to be able to hit it was like a side scroller if you had to imagine it, and you had to like aim the angle at which you had to shoot it to hit either the target or the bad guys. And I love that minigame. It was like my favorite game. I would play it all the time. But because I was the first person in my family to know English, and to have this sort of technology, and this was preschool. I was like learning how to read. I did not have comprehension skills as to what I was reading, especially with a computer. There was probably a manual. I don't know if I can read that shit. So I had to learn how to use that computer myself, but like how we all did, just pushing buttons and eventually figuring it out. And I had to learn how to type myself. And here's the thing: I don't know if you guys have ever thought about this. I don't know if you guys have ever really, put your noggins into this. What's not like if no one tells you how to use a keyboard when you're looking at look at your keyboard right now. If you're on the phone, look at your phone keyboard. If you're on the console, look at your console keyboard. Pop it up. You have you have your QWERTY, you have your letters, And then around that, and then you have your numbers up top, right? um, and then some of them are like, symbols like the parentheses, the comma, the period. A lot of these things didn't mean to me anything to me as I was a little baby child, like 5. Maybe I was 5, maybe 6 when we got it. Maybe I was a little older. Maybe I was a little younger. Who knows? I don't remember those years. We have tab on the left. We have our little tab under the tilde. We have caps lock. We have shift. We have control. We have an alt and a space button. So when you're pressing these buttons, the ones that give you something back are the numbers and the letters. Those do something, right? Tab is just obnoxious. Tab, you don't know why tab exists. Tab just like creates a lot of space between what you're writing, and when you're in like a program or something, it just brings up a weird menu sometimes. Caps lock doesn't do anything when you press it except turn the light on and off. But when you start typing, they're capital letters. And when you hit it again, they're little letters. And then when you hit shift, nothing happens. And when you hit shift to try and like toggle something on and off, nothing happens. Same thing with control, nothing happens. Same thing with alt, nothing happens, right? If no one is there to tell you you need to hold shift and hit a button, you wouldn't know that that's how you got capital letters and little letters. Eventually you might figure out, that like if you hold shift and hit 1, you get the exclamation point, right? Someone might teach you that, or like you might figure that out eventually. Because you see these other little symbols and you're like, how the fuck do I get those? But like that's not important to you. What is punctuation to a child, None of those things are necessary as a child. You don't really need to type that much when you're a kid. So whenever something does ask you for a capital letter, you have a button for that. Did you know that, guys? Did you know that we have a button to make letters capital? It's caps, and it turns a little light on. It's fun. You hit it, it goes boop, light on, boop, light off. You know exactly when you can capitalize a letter and when you're not. And when you're going letter by letter like a boomer, like that's not an issue. When you want to capitalize a letter, which is like once in a blue moon. I don't know if you guys know this. You don't really need to capitalize a lot of letters in everyday life. You just hit that button, hit the letter you want to capitalize, and then you hit it again, and you just go about your day. So me, a little baby child, learning how to use a computer for the first time, that's how I capitalize letters. Whenever something asks me to capitalize it, hit the caps button. Hit my button, hit it again, turn it off, toggle it on off. Eventually I would learn to hit shift and hit a number, and it would give me that special symbol next to it. Same thing with like the special symbols on like the period and the comma and stuff, which again don't mean too much to me as a child still, but the game sometimes asks for them. And you've noticed that when you miss and you hit one of the letters while you're holding shift, it becomes a capital letter, but that's so silly, guys. Why would I ever need to use that when I can just, with my little baby hands, I just hit caps lock, hit the button I want, hit caps lock again with my pointer fingers. I don't know if you guys know that. So when I type now, I never capitalize with the shift button. I capitalize with the caps button. I use the caps button a lot, because of that. And it's why I'm very comfortable using caps button in video games. Because I use it all the time when I'm typing. I recognize that I could use shift, and really I just ironically just need to shift my finger down to hit capitalization. But yeah, so sometimes when I don't get any feedback from what I'm typing, that's why I'll have like one little letter and then everything else capitalized, or vice versa, if I'm not seeing right away. So if you guys ever look at my layers and you see that it's inverted, I start off with a tiny letter and I write everything else in caps. It's because I just am on the wrong inversion, because I can't see my caps light button anymore. Keys are too tall nowadays. But it would behoove me to get like some sort of something, so I like a little mirror so I could see those letters, see those lights, since I actually am one of the very few users in the world of the caps button. But there you go. There's a little bit of PB lore. When I type, I use the caps button. Believe it or not. We are out there. There's tons of us. I think I'm gonna do like a blue for daily struggles. Because we're like blue about it. Not like a happy blue, a sad blue. And like I've made an effort to try and learn to use shift. It's just I don't type nearly as much as I need to with like caps and not caps. I can really like a lot of things just let you get away with it nowadays, and like this card is too real. Throw it back. Daily struggles. I've never even thought about the caps lock button. That's because someone told you it was a useless button and just hit shift. I'm telling you. I've talked to other people who've learned like by themselves how to use a computer and how they immediately switched to shift right away after they learned how to type. And I'm like, couldn't be me, man. Could not be me. I like that. Maybe something a little darker. But we're just using that as a reference. None of these are official colors. Maybe I don't make this capitalized or bold emboldened. And I think old. I think like old, but maybe we should go like more parchment paper-ish. Maybe I should just leave it that. And then what's the last one? Duplicate layer. All hail autocorrect and also curse, exactly. Honestly, Microsoft Word, the reason it won me back when I stopped using a Microsoft Word for fucking years, mostly because I didn't need it and Google Docs existed. But it will autocorrect it. It has a button now to do it. And now I'm now trying to remember how I learned to type. And you know, it's so long ago that you learn how to do these things. You don't even think about it. TBH. I just had to recall because I'm just like, someone asked me the other day, or someone like was watching me type, I think in college, and they were just like, why do you do that? And I'm like, what? Because they heard me constantly hitting a button, like consistently, you know, chicka 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 boom, chicka chicka chicka. You know, I'm basically a typewriter, you know, da 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 ping, da 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 ping, constantly hitting the caps button because it makes a different sound than other buttons on like keyboards that are like on a that aren't yours, that aren't mine, because no one uses the fucking caps lock button except me and like maybe 3 other people in the world on a regular basis, so it makes a different sound. This is either a green or like a purple, I think. Wasteland Laundries was longer than the other one. I was right, that's fine. I'm okay making this smaller text. I think whimsy, I'm thinking more like a pinkish purple, you know? I just don't like a good way to find the pastel here. One, two, three. Have to be somewhere over here. Has to be different enough from the blue and different enough from the red that I'm using. No, there are, as you noted, many like you out there. Dozens of us. But it's not common to find someone who types the same way I do. I was also questioned when I was playing Destiny because I dodge with caps lock, I believe. It's either caps or tab. No, it's caps lock because whenever I type, a lot of the times I'm in caps when I have to type in all chat. And it's not by choice, it's because I use tab as dodge. Oh, I need to pull up my stream so I can see how this reads. But yeah, so it makes a noise when you're typing on like a computer lab thing. And I never took a keyboarding class in high school, so I took a couple of chances in high school. One of the many chances I took is that there was a lot of things changing when I was in high school in like the specifically when it came to the curriculum for extracurriculars for like the side classes you need to take. So like health classes, keyboarding classes, there is like another professional development class essentially that were required for graduating. And hold on, I'm just gonna look up my favorite artists, and I'm just gonna steal some colors from their stuff real quick. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's only 3 colors there. That sucks. Um, and so my chance was because there was such a shakeup as to, and I learned about this because when I was sitting with my advisor figuring out what classes I was going to take and how to build around like band class and stuff, they were just like, well, you have to take this class, but like, we can't do this right now. And I was like, why not? And they're like, oh, because like, this isn't fitting your schedule or whatever. And honestly, they might like take this away. So maybe it's just not a thing we're gonna have to worry about. And I was like, excuse me? What do you mean they're gonna take it away? So I sat there and I was just like, well, if they're taking some of these classes away, what if I simply did not, like what if I simply avoided taking these classes? So I then chose to um I'm just gonna grab this color real quick. um I took the chance in I I simply never scheduled them until my senior year. I was like, all right, in my senior year, I will take these courses. Betting on the fact that I was gonna beat out the I was gonna beat them out. I was gonna outlast the requirements. And you know what? I did. I never had to take them. And I didn't want to take them because I had learned from my friends how unbelievably annoying some of the teachers were. I did not, Trooper. I did not make the avatar myself. I made it on the pit crew. I don't know if I still have the thing down in my description. I do not. I have it somewhere. I have the name of the pit crew somewhere. Hi, Trooper. How you doing? ¿Cómo estás? I apologize for any and all coughing you might hear. I am a smidge sick, which I'm a little sad about. Not because of being sick, but because I'm sick so close to my birthday. I'm crossing my fingers that by Thursday, the 18th, whenever that is, um, I will not be sick. Not because I have anything really planned, but mostly because I don't want to be sick on my birthday. That feels like an awful way to start off your year, you know? My birthday is on the 18th. That is when my birthday is. April 18th. Okay, now we've decided that color. Now I can mess around with making this a little lighter, possibly. Maybe I should be bolder with my colors. I'm not being bold because I have the yellow, the sickly yellow as a background, but that's not necessarily going to be like what these cards look like. It's just the background I've chosen. Maybe I should make that choice. Anyways, we have them all figured out. Now I just, again, later I'll make the reference lines and I'll figure out where like the middle of this header is. So everything will line up beautifully. ¿Cuándo son tus cumpleaños? ¿Cuándo cumples años? ¿Cuándo cumpleaños? You don't need to say when is unnecessary in that. My Spanish is old and sad. But you know what? I understood you. That's all that matters. Muy bien, muy bien. Qué bueno, qué bueno. Oh, I turned them all off. I don't think I like the pink there. But again, I'm going with more like a pastel color, but maybe I should go with a bolder color. Sorry. I'm trying to make this this button work, but it doesn't always. Let's keep Relics of the Past because that's like my favorite one right now. It's like my favorite yellow. Let me show you. Let me just show you who my favorite artist is. So you guys know one of my favorite artists is. So you know like where this color scheme is coming from. It's like their name is Valentine Smith, Valentine M. Smith. I've loved their art since I saw it. They were in the, believe it or not, the Carmilla fandom back in, I don't know, what was that, 2015, 16? And I have loved their art ever since. I'm a very big fan, and I hype them up any and all times because I love their fucking art. It's so good. Yo he todo olvidado. No, tú sabes, un poquito. But I la llevas, Trooper. I was speaking of Spanish. Today in the history of rock and roll was the Latin explosion in 1999. Hey, yo. Outside, Inside Out, Living La Vida Loca. Was that 1999? What was Enrique's big song back then? Enrique Iglesias. Was he big back in 1999? I was 7. No, I was 6 in 1999. So I truly don't know when some people got it. Oh no, Hero Baby was in And You Be My Hero Baby back in 2001. Wow, he's been with the same partner since 2001. Shout out to Enrique Iglesias. There was a big breakthrough. Yep, Enrique, Mark Anthony, Shakira. Oh, Shakira. Oh, did you hear she's going on tour? She's going on the world tour. Mark Anthony. Her hips do not lie. She is 47. She has still got it. She had that pop up in New York a couple of weeks ago. Very, very good. What did she come out with in 1999? Or around the 1999 era? Don't mind me, I'm just choking on quite literally nothing. Because there's what made her famous in Latin America, and then there's what made her famous over here in in the US. Oh, Obsession, Tango. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's very funny. A lot of people love um her first albums. They're big. Like Pies Descalzos. There are people out here still begging Shakira to come out with the Pies Descalzos another album. And that's like more like her like grungy esque album from like 1995, 1996. Let's see. When was 1999? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Laundry service. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Gloria. Yep, Gloria Estefan. Yep, 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 yep. That was a while ago. We started with two big artists before 99, Enrique Martin Breakthrough and Gloria Estefan and Selena. Bum 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 bum. It's very funny how famous Selena is, considering she's not. She didn't really make music for a very long time. She was only an artist for like what 3-ish years before she met her tragic end. I don't want to do these numbers until I have the header, all of this squared out. Maybe I should just do it. Fuck it, we're just doing it. Let's make our reference lines. Ugh. No, she died basically when I was born. She died in 1993. She basically died and then I was born. She died in January, February of that year? March, maybe? She had 3 albums and then her post famous English album, yeah. Alright, here we go. Let's turn on these other edge so I can see where this is. This means that our next stream, hopefully tomorrow, depending how my voice holds up tonight. Yeah, she was only 23. She was a baby. 1995. Did she? I have no idea. Let's see. Selena. Oh, it was 1995. Yeah, you sure right. 1995. March 31st, 1995. Such a stupid death. Wait, I was in El Paso when that happened. It was a bit earlier. Yeah, March 31st. My lifespan is so off. And we ended the class of Daddy Yankee Gasolina as kicking off a new era in Latin music in the Billboard charts. Yeah. Ugh, Gasolina fucking popped off. Daddy Yankee, he deserves all his flowers that he a lot of the time doesn't get. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to mute. I promise I'm trying to mute. It just, there's just something about having. Oh, let me move this back so you guys have the art and not just this. I have to mute, but I want to mute. Trooper, I don't want to make you guys listen to me cough, but I wanna. Turning on my stream, so I have that in the background. Okay. I'm just gonna do it on top of everything. Fuck it. All right. Is it you? Yeah, we're making a guide. Is that not my ruler pen? What did I choose? Oh, I chose a guide pen. It do be like that. Yeah, well, wait for me to make you straight without having to do that. Yeah, that's shame. Also not doing what I was hoping you'd do. Oh, sorry, I'm hitting my mic. By ducking down. Basically, we talked about how in 1999 Latin Explosion basically had all the Latina stars, but almost no Spanish from Daddy Yankee onwards. We start actually getting more Spanish on the Billboard Hot. Yeah, it's like I don't know what was popular on Billboard Hot 100 until I was much older, because I grew up on all the stations, right? um, Not my ruler pen. What is this? Why are you all the way in the bottom? I'm so. Oh, wait, hold on. You just delete you. Fuck it. Get out of here. I don't need you. I don't need you. Had the first one so beautifully in line. There we go. Like you might get the title in some sort of Spanish, like Living La Vida Loca and Bailamos, but most of the rest of the lyrics were what was oh my god. When did Feliz Navidad come out and when did that get popular? Do you know in the US? And there's another song by somebody I just can't remember the name of that I can think of that was in Spanish, but I can't remember what it was. That was Super Us. Feliz Navidad is super old. Is it? Am I feeling super old about this? I need to count ticks here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, basically. All right. It's 0.87. Oh, that's an unfortunate number to have to do math with. 0.35? 0.435? I'm not going to go into that much. 1, 2, 3. We got it. Was Feliz Navidad by Julio Iglesias? I don't know. No, it was by Jose Feliciano, who is great, by the way. Yeah, Jose Feliciano. Okay, we have that now. So I have the line I need to play on now. Okay. Here's a real question. Can I create a guide on this line? And now, can I move these in a way where you will snap onto it? You will. Okay. It's better than nothing, but I wish I had a little bit more. Um, it was released in 1970, but didn't chart until 2017. Really? Feliz Navidad. I feel like every white person I've ever met knows Feliz Navidad. Oh, it's gonna be hard with this. I need to see how big this is, actually. I need my ruler. I don't know how big this is. Do I know where to center it? You are The father. That's 0.52. What's half of 0.52? 0.52. Boop. Nope. I just wrote in 0.52 and expected the answer to come to me. 0.26. So it's that line. Which is, if I were to create a line here, they're super close to the thing, actually. This is just so I know I have a reference line here. So the middle that I need to align this with is the top of the E and the top of the F. Which I was close. It's basically there. I have to line it right under the outline, which is basically where it is, but I have an outline around it when I type in naturally, just so it has always some sort of background to it. But there, that's where it's in the middle. So now in the future, I know, hopefully, all of these, you know what, I could just add an E to what I've typed in, and that'll be the middle. All right. Now I have to do the. Actually, let me just finish doing these, since I already have them all out. And then now I just have to worry about it, from the other perspective of the horizontal perspective. Okay, that's where that goes. I'm just gonna lock these for now, just so I don't fuck with them on accident. Um, if you don't know Jose Feliciano's 1970 album Fireworks, I recommend it. It's all in English, but the songs are so gorgeous. He does a bunch of Beatles covers. Oh, I did not know. There's this trend in Mexico, um, where a lot of artists made music in English, um, but like in the way that you would sing a song in German phonetically. Um, there was an entire satanic panic with oh, what was the ketchup song? Uh I said I had ha I had something like that. It was just all just gibberish essentially. Um and it's actually just fucking Rapper's Delight by Sugar Hill Gang. By the Sugar Hill Gang. I believe. I think. I don't remember what it is. I don't remember what the real song is. Let me drop one of my favorite. Oh, let's see. Listen. Sorry, Olivia Rodrigo. Oh, it was totally Rapper's Delight by Sugar Hill Gang. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But because no one knew what they were saying, if you guys, let's see, if you guys don't know what I'm fucking talking about, it's a song. Please don't blow my ears out. 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 It'll start playing eventually. There we go. Oh, you guys can't hear it? Actually, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I have this on the wrong output. I need this to go through my Spotify output. I changed it for something else. Sound mixer options. Oh no, this is Firefox. I've never changed Firefox, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Now that I'm thinking about it, I've never changed it. So it doesn't even know where to go. Oh, what cable are you? What cable over Spotify? What cable do you go to, Spotify? A. All right, you go to cable A. Let's pause that now. Yeah, Spotify doesn't go to VOD. So sorry. And so this song's in mostly English, right? There's parts of it that are in Spanish. Um, and then there was like a dance to it. So like there was a whole satanic panic about it. But people thought it was witchcraft. It was brujeria. It was a whole thing. Um, yeah. It doesn't. Spotify does not go to VOD. All right, let's listen to Jose Feliciano. Is this fireworks? Is this from Handel's Fireworks Suite? It is. I was not expecting that. Because I can't get no satisfaction. If I had $1 for for every time that I've been surprised by Handel, oh, I on the wrong window by Handel's Fireworks Suite, I'd have many dollars, tbh. The classic guitar. There we go. Now I can do that to you also. We'll keep you there for now. Now I need to do the number. Ideally, this is the tallest number. I'm going to be really angry if it's not the tallest number here. My favorite song is the Once There Was Love. Once There Was Love, let's see. I should actually move this up instead of blaying your ears out. A Disney song? Oh, it's not, no. That is an incredibly beautiful song. One that I've definitely heard before, but I just didn't know I knew it was the song, to be honest with you. Um, but very, very good. Very, very good. Yeah. It was gorgeous and fucking heartbreaking. 1000%. 1970s, can you believe that? That's when that song came out. Shout out to Jose Feliciano. He has 4 million monthly listeners. Hey, shout out. Mans has had a prolific um career. Listening to prior to this. Oh, Animal, right. Am I mad? Am I still mad at Bad Bunny? I think I'm still mad at Bad Bunny. And Bad Bunny. That was one of your dad's songs, like one of his faves. That's very cute. I love that. That's very cute. Oh yeah, absolutely, Trooper. Please. Please do. Sergio Mendes Brazil, más que nada, more than anything. Oh, I'm sorry. On the wrong. was part of the bossa nova craze of back in the day. Of it, and back in the six. I'm sorry. I know that's not really back in the day for some people. Uh, so sorry. So sorry to use that turn of phrase. I know that that was part of the bossa nova craze of the '60s. Let's go. That's so cool. I know it's your mom's favorite. I wasn't born yet, so it was totally back in the day. Make sure that's a little softer. Make it a little quieter. I wasn't born yet, so it was totally back in the day. Sergio Mendes and Brasil 66, Más que nada. It's a very good song. It's like there's a ton of songs out in the world that I just don't know the name of. I couldn't tell you the name of a lot of the songs that I've heard and know pretty well, TBH. And that is one of them. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that was the other way. But it still looks right. I love that. I couldn't tell you what mom's favorite song is, or my dad's. I could guess, but I couldn't tell you. Oh no. Um, um, test, test, test. Making sure my voice doesn't go out. It doesn't go out. If it looks incorrect, it doesn't look like it's in the right spot. It's fine. Don't worry about it. My voice is not going out. This is just how it sounds all the time. Um, it needs to be smaller. It definitely needs to be smaller, I think. How small? I don't know. We're just gonna have to make that decision on the fly, I think. My dad was a jazz head, and my mom was into a bunch of sort of random stuff. A lot of '70s singer writers, songwriters. I know my mom really likes Juan Gabriel. I mean, who doesn't if you're from Mexico? She was a big Juan Gabriel fan, and my dad is a big Mana fan. He also loves this one artist that he hasn't made me, he's asked me to get a lot of his songs. Like he has the records of them. Javier Solis. He's a big Javier Solis fan. Who is this? Alberto Vasquez? He had my dad gave me a bunch um of his vinyls to find the music of and give it to him digitally because he has this this like wireless Bluetooth or I said wireless Bluetooth as if that's not the same thing. He has this Bluetooth speaker essentially. It's huge. It's like imagine a karaoke machine, like one of those suitcase esque machines. And maybe you also use it for karaoke. I don't know, but he plugs in a USB in the back and he listens to music that way. Juan Gabriel, very handsome. Also, some absolutely devastating songs that he's written. Um, Juan Gabriel would hurt my feelings if I heard the words and songs. Um, Honestly, if you ask me, I wouldn't be able to tell you my favorite song. Thinking about it now. Let's go, Hawkeye! Hey! GM screen customer. Let's go, Hawkeye. I'm so happy for you. Let's go. I'm glad someone recognizes your greatness and is able to is able to recognize your greatness. Okay, want this? Want it kind of bigger. Let's go. Yeah, what sort of screen do they want, Hawkeye? I'm not making a funny voice. This is just my voice now. Let's all take a second. Let's just all take a second right now to really like absorb that my voice is just going to be coming in and out occasionally. All right, let's all just sit with that for a moment. And we've accepted it. Okay, now we can move on. And I don't ever have to mention it again. They're from Canada, so I'm officially in the international trade. Let's go. That's so exciting, Hawkeye. Oh, fucking wrong window. I need media keys back. That's the one thing I miss from my laptop. It's just having easy media keys. Just touch and hit. They want the one with the monitor screen, dark walnut stain, maybe some art with the old leather book look. Ooh, it's spicy. I didn't change the size of this at all. Looking at it again. No, that's making it bigger. PPV one is smaller. I feel it's too small now. If you're wondering why it looks like this, why I'm making a square here and there's a square on the other side, it's and then there's a square that reaches down here opposite. It's because I have rulers on the in the card symbol. As you can see, each of these has like a little ruler symbol next to it, and they're all what is it called? It is a symmetrical ruler. So whatever I do on one side of the line will copy over to the other side. That's why that's happening. If it's like weirding you out, like what is that? Is that sorcery, magic man? I do just like this bigger. Maybe it's better here. The chances it's the same size. Minimal. Minimal to none. That means you could just be boop, deleted. Waiting for them to reply if they want art or just old leather bound book look. Oh, they want the GM screen with the maple leaves on it. That's my first guess. Just pouring. Actually, they just want you to like pour it on it and then like fire it to get like a special vibe, special look. When it, that's so cool. I'm happy for you, Hawkeye. It's so hard to see. It's so hard to see this on red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 is a little bit. 5.6. 1.56. 2.8. Okay. That's basically where we were before. So, this is with the card symbol. 0.28, which is somewhere over here. That's in line with that, and I don't think I want it in line with that because it's bigger than it, right? Let me see actually how much bigger, and then from there I can do my calculations. It's basically there. Maybe like 5, 1 down. It's basically there. Yeah, we'll count one down, 0.1 down, so that's 0.55. So that's 0.55, 0.65, 6.6, 6.7. We'll say 6.8. So it's 6.8, 0.68. That's 0.34, right? Just gonna do basic math just so I can reference back to it and I want to look at it. So if I want to move this whole thing, I'm gonna go for 0.34 now. Uno, dos, tres y cuatro. There we go. All right, let's turn off that. It's a little big. I need it to be a little bit smaller. All right, now if I'm lucky, if I'm real lucky, guys. Turn that back on just so everything will come down with me. I can do that. I go here, reference point in the middle. Hmm. That's not the button I wanted. I was just hoping that would fix it. Instead, I'm gonna have to do it myself. Composer ordered. Now time to crash. Yeah, absolutely, Hawkeye. I'm so excited for you. Congratulations and have a good night. Thank you so much for stopping by and sharing that wonderful news with us. I'm a little sad about this not moving with everything, but what are you gonna do about it? I think that fits better in the grand scheme of things, right? This is so pedantic. This is such a small thing that no one cares about, but but I care. Is that still too big of a heart? Maybe it needs to be a little bit bigger. It's a little too close to the two, is what I'm worried about. I'm trying to keep an equal spacing between the two and the edge of the card, the quote unquote card. I think that's a better size, right? I think that's a better size. I think. Then the important someone cares. Yeah, someone cares. True. And the important someone cares. That's true. You're right. You're right. You're right. When you're right, Witch, you're right. You're right here again. I think this is much closer to the actual. No, it's not. All right, what's in the middle of this motherfucker? One, two, three, four, five, six. Oh, I need to do this one. Oh, it's so hard to see the hashes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll say that's 8.5. So that's 4.8 and a half. or point 485. Hmm. That's still 0.24. It's going to be our mid. Is that really the middle? Yeah, it has to be. It's so high up, but I guess that makes sense. All right. Do I have the card symbol? I do. Is this? That's 9, 10, 8. I need 4. That's so much lower. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. That doesn't feel right. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4.8. It's 2.4, right? Am I losing my mind? Am I half? That's half. Is that half? Do I just not know how to math? I mean, it's so hard to see. Hold on. I need to change this color to something I can fucking see the contrast against. Maybe not. Actually, probably best case scenario here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8.5. 4.85, right? 0.485 divided by 2, it's 2,425. Round it up, it's still going to be 0.24. 2, 0.21, 0.22, 0.23, 0.24. It's the middle of this. I guess in theory I should go for the extra length up top. I don't know, I didn't feel this issue before, but I don't know, maybe it's an issue now. Um, so that's 0.485. We're gonna say that's 0.49. 0.49, 5, 5, 1, 5, 2, 5, 3, 5, 4, 5, 5, 5, 6, 5, 7, 5, 8, 5, 9. My brain turned off for a millisecond there. 4, 9, 5, 5, 1, 5, 2, 5, 3, 5, 4, 5, 5, 5, 6, 5, 7, 5, 8, 5, 9. 5, 9, which is approximately my height. 0.59 divided by 2. Right, 5, 9 divided by 2. 0.295. Approximately there. There we go. All right. Okay. I feel better about that. Okay. That color, change that back. Okay, there we go. I was simply losing my freaking mind about that. And I'm much happier about that guideline. Oh god, what is the rogue guideline? Mhm. Down here. It's not on that one. It's not there. I don't even know what this layer is. Don't know what that layer is. Alright, well there's a rogue layer out there. 5'9", that's tall. Oh, my whole thank you, Kalino. Give me a second. Okay, we're back. Thank you, Kalino, for letting me know. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. My voice is also going robotic. 5'9", that's tall. Yeah, 5'10" on a good day. But I like to say 5'11" to panic guys. Oh my god, Data Dave! How are you? Thank you so much for the raid! You. Oh, I haven't seen you in forever. First of all, let me be the first one to congratulate you on all your successes you've had in the past couple of years. I've been so proud of you, seeing all the opportunities you've seized and all the opportunities you've gotten. So just let me just get that one out there right now. I'm so happy for you and everything you've accomplished. Thank you guys. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much. Thank you for the sub, Data Dave. Um, hello. Prophet Draught. Thank you so much. Hope you guys are all having a wonderful time of day. I am PB from PB Plays Inside. Right now, we're working on making our own cards. We're making our own cards right now. It's what we're doing. It is a lot of fun. I'm playing a solo TTRPG at the end of the month. It's called Wretched Wasteland. It's over there on the left. It's by Stuart Watkins. And this game is based off of a Jenga tower and a 52 card deck. And each pull of the deck gives you a new prompt. And so you pull between 1 to 6 cards, depending on what you roll on a dice. And each one of these cards tells you kind of what's happening to you, and you kind of describe your day based off of those cards. And because each of those 52 cards has something to say, I simply did not want to do that myself. I did not want to flip through any document. So instead, I decided, hey, why don't I just make playing cards where I write it all down on them? Granted, I've never made a playing card before, but like here we are. So that's what we're up to right now. I'm making these playing cards, trying to get the template out. So like the picture is just a sketch. It's just there. And everything past that is just simply me figuring it out. Like the colors are all up to change. I just want to make sure everything looks nice and symmetrical and like a TCG card, you know? So thank you so much again, Dave, for the raid. I see you were watching some Degrassi. Season 7 of Degrassi. It still says your life on my screen. So I can just hover over your name. But heck yeah, thank you so much for the day. Thank you so much for thinking of me. It's a raid. And once again, congratulations on all your success. You 100% deserve it. All right. Okay, back to this. Let me say it before anything catastrophic happens. You guys just missed the riveting content of me making guidelines to make sure everything was symmetrical up top. Up top. Which Degrassi? I used to watch Degrassi Junior High back in the day, and you could still sing the theme song. I was not aware there's multiple Degrassis out in the world. I never watched it growing up. It was a little. I don't think it was on that like any channel I could watch. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, 2002 was the first date. It was on Teen Nick, MTV, Family Channel, Much, CTV. Yeah, I didn't have any of those channels growing up. I had heard about Degrassi. I just have never watched it. I wish I knew. Um, oh, they were also playing Pokemon. Hell yeah. Um, you watched the. I didn't know there was a junior high version. How many Degrassis are there? Classic Canadian nonsense. Hey, Fawn, how you doing? Classic Canadian nonsense. Degrassi Junior High ran from 1987 to 1989. It was on Nickelodeon. Ah, you know who was also a junior? Not me. Was not alive then. Hi. Hope you're doing well. Hello, hello. Also, apologies. I am sick. I have a cough going right now, and it is. And I'm trying to mute when I cough, but by golly, sometimes I don't reach in time. So I apologize right now if you hear my cough. And we've already taken a moment of silence for my voice slowly going out also. Um, so that's happening also. Reminder to drink some water, y'all. Cause it's very good. It's very good. The water? It's good. Okay. I am okay, now the last thing I need to do is I just need to look at what personal space I want to give here. I'm so sorry. Apologies, apologies. Um, what are title words? Gonna do that. You're the one with the ruler. Aha! Just get rid of the ruler. No. But it doesn't even show I have a ruler on it. Am I sure that's the ruler? I have a rogue ruler somewhere. Oh, is it you? Are you my rogue ruler? You are my rogue ruler. There we go. Now I don't have to worry about it. Let's go. Then it was followed by Degrassi High from 1989 to 1991. Then it was gone until they brought back Degrassi Next Generation. That was the one from 2000s that had Drake. Oh. He's somewhere in the 2000s. It ran to the 2010s? Is Degrassi still running? I apologize for my pitch changes in my voice. I have alarm, but maybe not that much alarm. What? Oh, you're locked. That's why I can't move you. Okay. Are you locked? You're not locked. Then why no move? Why no move? I want move. Why you no move? Is it because it's a? Oh, it's because you're text, huh? Sure is. All right, let's turn that off then. Turn this on. Are you moving, or am I imagining you moving? No, I'm just really hoping you're moving and you're not moving, huh? Yeah, that's wishful thinking. What I'm experiencing right now, wishful thinking. Okay, okay. How do I do this? Where I'm not going to move you vertically. Do this. Oh no. Oh, maybe you. Maybe I can move object you. Yeah, we figured it out. We figured it out. Next Generation was from 1999 to 2019. I never got out to see Next Generation, but I heard that some of the original action actors showed up as parents. That's cute. It ran for 20 years. When did Drake drop out of it? What? That's wild. And that's straight up like soap opera timelines. Yeah, Snake is a tech teacher, and one of the main characters is what's her face, the Teen Pregnancy's daughter. Oh, that's amazing. Ayo, that's wild. I love that though. That's so good. Is that where we want this? Is that a good? Is that enough? I think it might be. It should be a little closer. I think it's a little too close to the edge. Honestly, hold on. One of these has the original border I wanted. There we go. Ooh, we are going quite quite around it. Ace. Wait, no, Spike? Spike! That's their name. One of the main characters in the next gen is Emma, Spike's daughter. Oh, that's mad cute. I keep hitting space somewhere, and I'm a little afraid to find out where I'm hitting space. Alright, so we gave a lot more social space to the two before. Okay. In theory, Relics of the Wasteland is not our longest. They're the same. Oh, no, they're not. But Relics of the Wasteland is our longest one, so this is the one that's going to determine our margins. Alright. Man, I hope you guys are fans of rulers, because we're bringing it out again. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5, 0.145. 0.145. Alright, so we want the other side to be 0.145 also. That's not going to be 0.145. But like the imaginary line, it's where I want it to be. I guess is what I should be saying. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. And a little bit. Okay. So now, in theory, this should be one of the widest numbers, right? So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And they're about 5, 5. That's 2.5. We'll just call it 2.5. We'll call it there. 0.25. 5 minus 0.145. 145. I wish I had my calculators. 0.105, eh? 0.1. So it's 0.1 essentially. So this is our imaginary line here that we're playing against. Ugh, I'm gonna have to take a lozenge after this. Oh boy, oh man. When I first saw Degrassi in junior high, I was blown away. I was 15 and an American, and all we had aimed at us were after school specials that were really sanitized and boring. Man, couldn't be me. I grew up with, what was it, American Teenager or whatever the fuck that was called? The one where like immediately it started off with that girl getting pregnant, and then like I think everyone else in the school got pregnant essentially. I caught Degrassi Junior High, and there was Spike, a pregnant junior high schooler, and Caitlin's dad was an alcoholic, and it was just more realistic than the things we got in the States. And the actors were actually the proper age rather than 20-year-olds pretending to be 16. Yeah! I have to use a computer calculator. The Zit Remedy. It was my. God. Ugh. Q, no double digit card? Oh, you're so right. No, but this is why it's important for us to have to make these margins. Because that means I have to worry about how wide some of these are. What That's very important. Thank you so much for bringing that up. Because that is 100% something I need to consider. Where are they? Card numbers. I need to duplicate the layer. We're turning you off. This is gonna be, what's the widest one? There's one. No, is there? There's only 10. 10 is the only one, which unfortunately for me is the thickest one. If I were to turn this layer back on, oof, we are well over that. Okay, here's the other thing we need to consider then. Okay, let's turn that off. Let's turn back on the 2. That's about as far as I want that heart to be from the edge. So let me also catch that over here on my ruler. That's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're gonna call that 9. So that's 0.9 from the edge. So in theory, I'm okay with having something here that's 0.9. Let's say about that. So about here. That's about the line we want to mess around with. So that's the space you have to play with in numbers, right? Can you just mosh the 10? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of, but I need to know how much to smosh it, right? To smoosh it. And how much I can move this one in. Sorry. And then we have point 0.5 points. All right, that is 0.565, right? No, point 0.5, 0.15, point, 0.515. I know what I'm saying. I'm sorry that I'm saying it fucked up for you guys. I'm just trying to remember the important number. Um, so that's 0.26 essentially is what the middle is going to be here. Um, what did I say? 0.26 is the middle here. That's about the middle. That's about where we want this to be. I know this seems unnecessarily complex. Um, and maybe it is, but it is definitely a way to get these organized, these numbers organized. What's the best way for me to do this? I copy you, and I put you on this layer. Sorry. No, because then it all moves together, and I don't want it to move all together. And this did not. No, it did not. It rasterized the image. Let me do this. What's the best way to do this? Oh, make guidelines. Of course, of course. What am I doing? Just make guidelines, PB. That's why they're there. I think the bottom is probably going to be the easiest one to create a guideline on. You know, let's just move. This is a tall enough number. And Not as far as we want to go there. And then over here. Okay. What's this number? What's this one in the middle? That is an incorrect line. What is that line that I aligned to? That is incorrect. That math there, incorrect. No, it's not incorrect because it's to this one. It's not to this. Right? Hold on. Point 0.9. Yeah, yeah. I want 0.9 there. 0.1 whatever over here. 0.45. That's the edge over here, right? Yeah. That's as far as I'm willing to be there. Why is this all shifted over by then? A little bit of confusion, but that's fine. That must be the math I did? Because I'm trying to move this number into the middle. Okay. Yeah, no, no, no. I remember. I remember what I'm doing. I remember what I'm doing. Let's throw that guideline in there. Okay. Okay, now we can come back here to this number. Turn that. Just delete that. We don't need that. Okay. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking with Crisco. All right. Oh, here's the thing. I don't actually know where the middle is. My calculations, my ruler has it in the middle. Not that one. This one does. That was what the math was earlier. The math earlier was that. Oh boy. It's gonna be this math here. Oh, okay, well, it's not the correct one to use here. How big are you? You're 0.41, we'll say. 0.41 divided by 2 is 0.2, essentially. Um, um, no. I do need this, but on you, I need to put this ruler. Throw a guideline in so I could see what the middle is. It's 0.2, right? Because it's 0.25. Okay, it's gonna be here. Just do that guideline. All right. Okay, now when I move you. No, that doesn't solve my issue. That does not solve my issue. Oh no, it does solve my issue. It does solve my issue because I need to put the ruler there. Right, right, right. I knew what I was thinking about. My brain, it was working. I hadn't caught up with my brain yet. You ever come up with a solution and then immediately forget what that solution was? Cause same. Why are you not moving with me? You know what? Let me actually put this layer on a different layer and maybe that'll fix it for me. This is what I mean. This is like easy on some other programs, but because it's this program and it doesn't have that feature, I have to be creative in my solutions. There we go. That's straight in the middle. So we could turn that off. We don't need that. And for my guideline, can I just erase this? No. I don't know how to delete lines on guides. You think it's up here somewhere? Well, that didn't answer my question. That didn't solve anything. Do you think it's this one? Do you think I can move this? I can. Does that mean now I can delete that? Yeah, we got there. Okay. All right, we have that too now. That's in the middle. We have our guideline as to where the middle is going to be now. So now when I bring this in, I have something to smosh it into. Oh, the one's not as tall as the zero. Cring. And it's not a cring. It's a little too low. I can fix that. Once I solve how to smush it in, I could solve that problem by just rasterizing the image. Because 10's never gonna change. Um, okay. You're not bold, right? No. Okay, that would fill you in. Alright, okay. This is what we're gonna do now. I'm going to duplicate this layer. I'm gonna rasterize this layer, which means I'm just gonna make it flat. So that means now when I try to affect it, um, I can manipulate it. And now, yeah, apply the transformation. Let me get rid of that too in the background. So this also means now I can take this middle section, I can copy it, and I'm gonna paste it. And I am on the original. I'm going to take this and I'm just gonna move it up to reach the top of my guidelines. And now I'm gonna open that up again. Transformation, yes. And then on the original now, I'm gonna grab this and move it over. Yeah, that's right size. Cool. Okay. So we got that going for us. Now we're gonna fix this zero. This means I can't change the color of this, but that's fine. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna copy this. I'm gonna paste it. I'm gonna turn it off for right now. What happened? What happened over here? Oh, I turned off copy too. Maybe. Wait, this is number? Yeah. Actually, let me just merge with the layer below so I don't have to deal with that again. And what we're gonna do is we're just gonna copy, we're gonna paste that, I'm gonna turn that off, and I'm going to cut the head off of this, and we're gonna move it on up until it reaches the top here. Okay, cog, turn that back on, make it match there, and bam. Now it fits in where it needs to fit in. Let me merge down below actually before I do anything else. Let's make it a little bit wider, and there we have the 10. All of that just to make sure that the 10 looks good. Ah, don't you love it? And that's our only double digit, right? After the 10, it's a J, Q, K, A, right? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, J, Q, K. We did it. We figured it out. We got it. We got her done. This is now our official 10. If I want to change the color of this, I need to like do it myself manually. So hopefully this stays this color 10. I'm going to rename this to just 10. I'm going to delete that layer because we no longer need it. So we have the 10, we have the 2. And it doesn't look that bad. It looks fine. All right, and now we have all our guide. Let me save. Now we have all our guidelines to make sure everything fits from here on out. Um, and we have like a guideline in the middle, and we have a guideline on top to make sure to like quadruple check everything. Which means now I could duplicate this layer. And this should be perfectly in the middle. And now I can come in here. I'm gonna change you to a 3. Actually, I should change you to a 1. Um, let me actually do this first before I do that. I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna make that a 1. I'm gonna delete these spaces I have behind here. That did not help. It also did not help. I have spaces here so I can grab this when it's smaller. Because when it's tiny, it's sometimes hard to like get the right angle to get in there in the middle. So adding the spaces makes it a little easier for me to grab it. All right, this is another case where I'm gonna have to fix the 1. Which actually, I could do this. And just do it right now. Although it's gonna actually, no, I have to do it myself. Because it's going to be smaller, that 1, because of the editing I had to do with it. Okay. I have to now get you in the middle. All right, what's your middle, bud? That's 2 point. basically 2.15, 0.215. It is 0.18 essentially. No, that's incorrect. Point 0.11. Sorry. All right, now that that's there, I can turn. I'm going to duplicate this layer, and I'm going to rasterize you. Again, that just means taking off the making it its own image. All right, and I'm going to turn that off, and I'm going to move you up. I'm going to give it a little lengthening surgery real quick. There we go. And then we just merge layer below, and we have one copy. No, one regular. What's this? Oh, that's 10. That's actual 10. Okay. We have one, two. All right, let's turn this back on. I'm gonna delete that ruler. Turn off one. We're gonna go with three. Time for three. One, two, three. Let's go. Okay. In theory. Oh, cringe is a little bit bigger. This is what I was talking about earlier about the consistency. I'm offline now. I'm not offline now. Right? I'm not offline now? Chatterino, are you just lying to me? Chatterino, we lying? Are we lying nowadays? That's big rude energy if we lying. Still here? Okay. Alright. Chatterino simply lying to me. Big rude energy, Chatterino. Making me panic. Thank you everyone for letting me know. I'm gonna do this over here. Okay, that is point that's 0.41 with change, but we're just gonna call that 0.41 divided by 2 equals 0.205. All right. Oh, we basically have this. We almost nailed this on the dot. TikTok. That up a little bit. Okay, we're gonna have to do the same thing in rasterizing this. I'm gonna duplicate the layer just in case I mess up. I'm gonna rasterize. I'm gonna not show the ruler right now. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna smoosh it. I'm gonna smoosh these so it'll fit inside the guideline. There we go. We got our 3 in now. All right. We'll delete that ruler. We don't need it anymore. Cool. And we got our 3. Not 3 copy. 3. Let's go. Making progress. Even though every other number we have to fix up in some way, shape, or form. But that's fine. That's part of the gig. All right. We're going to go with 4. A little tall. A little also short. We're going to have to This give this guy another lift also. Okay, this one's a little wonky, but it's fine. My linear ruler can fix that. All right, that's point 415 again. It's 0.21, which is basically where we're at. 0.21 and change? No, it's just 0.21. It's actually it's actually more there. That doesn't look right though. That is incorrect. I did something wrong. 0.41, 0.415, 0.2075 rounds up to 0.21. Look better if I have you there. Is this? That's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a bit. Where's my manual? What did I do? Is this middle line wrong? That would be devastating and not something I want to hear right now. To be honest with you. Point 515. It's about 0.26. It is a little wrong. Actually, it's a little bit wrong. I fudged this number the wrong way. At least it's at the beginning. There. It should be there. Yep. That means I have to move everything over by a little bit. Move that over by one. Maybe over by one. Maybe over by one. And this in theory should be fine. Alright. Now we have to have a little bit of aceto with you. So let's not show the rulers. And I gotta stretch you now. Oh, I need a. Okay, let's copy you. Duplicate layer. I like doing this. Let's rasterize you. And let's make you a little bit taller. There we go. How's that feel, little guy? You're getting a little bit of a growth spurt. Move you up, and you now become just 4. You've graduated. Congratulations. Right ruler. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, here we go. Continuing on. Make this a 5. Hey, I would like to thank you guys for keeping me company while I do something that I would have done myself anyways, but it would have been more boring because you guys weren't here. So I just want to take this moment and thank you guys for hanging out with me while I do this. That is, oh my god, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 0.38. 0.38 divided by 2 is a clean 0.19. Goes there. It's a pixel off, and that makes me unreasonably unhappy about that. Let's duplicate that layer. Let's rasterize you. So it's been decided this is the color of these of the number. It's gonna be this pale red. Because apparently I have to fix all of these numbers just by a little bit. Of course, many hearts to you guys. I really do appreciate it. Okay, we have that saved now. You are now 5. And we can graduate this to, in theory, it should not move in theory. We'll see in practice what it actually does. Oh, 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 whoa, 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 whoa. Open Gangnam Style? Whoa. Oh my god, that's so much thicker than what I was expecting. As we can see there, it is a little bit larger than our 5. But, 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 but. Oh, it's still on. I don't want that number. Can we good? Can we? Where's the ruler up? What happened to my ruler? Delete the rulers. I'll make my own here in a second. This one's also a pixel short. Oh, I'm so angry. I'm big angry. Okay. Grab our ruler again. It's up 0.4 on the dot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, that's 0.4 on the dot. That means it's going to be 0.2. I'm not even going to pretend to do math on that one. I mean, I'm not pretending to do math, but like, I don't need to like sit here and do math to figure out some of these. I don't have to type it in for some of these, but I do just for posterity because my memory is awful. And then we're gonna do the thing where we're just gonna do a little and make it fit in our scale. All right, we can delete the ruler, and we've got not 6 copy, but 6. I can also delete that ruler. We no longer need it. All right, on to número 7. El séptimo número. Oh, okay. I don't know why it's freaking out when I zoom in on this. Like, here we are. Is it because of all the spaces I have over here? I have less of them, game. I promise. Just need at least one for size. Best way to roll this is gonna be up here. Me. It's gonna be 0.41. I'm a little bit off. Hmm. About right there. Let me match you up and down here. So I can do a big stretch on you. I'm gonna duplicate the letter. I'm gonna delete the ruler. We're gonna restaurant you. And also delete that. And we're gonna do another big stretch. All right. We're getting there. We're getting there, guys. 7 copy? No, 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 no. 7. And now we're on to numero ocho. Are you guys number pad people? How do you type in your numbers? Do you use the numbers on top of the keyboard, on top of the letters, or do you use a number pad to type in your numbers? And this is going to be a rough one, fam. Boop. 1, 2, 3. Three. We'll call that 0.44. Use both. 0.22, which is basically where we're at. I'm like unreasonably upset that these numbers are not like correct. Right here. We're gonna delete the ruler. That was me. That was me. That was not you. That was me. Oh, my guy's not moving. When did I turn off my... When did I mute my little guy? My little rat's on me when I'm muting the cough, little guy. Speaking of, I use both. If I'm going to be doing lengthier number strings, I do keypad, otherwise regular keyboard numbers, or as Kalino said more succinctly, I use both. Yeah, sort of both. For spreadsheet and accounting type work, use the 10 keypad. But I have a 10 keyless core keyboard, and I didn't use a keypad for years. During college, when I was in college, but like on break, I worked at Blockbuster. Let's just continue the lore about how oddly PB uses her keyboard. So I worked at Blockbuster. Yeah, remember those? It was like the year before it closed. I came back from college hoping to have a job, and it was closed down. That was me again. Hold on. I'm gonna put myself on Do Not Disturb so it doesn't make the bidding sound. Word. I know it was unfortunate. I really liked the job. My manager loved me, so I went in as a part timer, obviously, because I was doing it in between semesters. Um, and it was me and this other dude who were like in the running, or like we both got hired as seasonal temps, and from what I was told from my coworkers about the other guy is he was not very good at his job and was not very personable. So no one liked working with him, unfortunately for him. Fortunately for me, that meant that I got a lot of hours. I basically worked full time. I worked like between, I think it was like 36 and 38 hours, as many hours as they could legally have me and not be full time, essentially. Um, and I, I, whatever, I'm a hard worker, whatever. But, because of them, I always got the hours. I got all the extra hours, and that's why I love the job. My manager really liked me, and so did all my coworkers. And I was sad to see the job go because I would have loved to work more with them. Also, the first time I had met a lesbian in real life, that was not like in school with me. So that was wild. Um, and so working there at that particular blockbuster was old. Everything inside of that blockbuster old. Like any tech we had in there, ancient, older than me probably at that time. And I guess technically still. I don't even know what OS it runs, but we had those computers with a black screen and green text, like the ones you would see in like war games, like that kind of computer, tiny screen, huge like box underneath it. And because they were old, hella old, whenever something stopped working on it, any accessory, um, corporate could never really replace it for us. Like they would send their replacement, but it didn't work because it was not like out not for not it wasn't for that OS, it was for something a little bit more modern, and they never gave us new computers. No matter how much my manager begged them to, we never got anything new. We just had to keep dealing with it. They would just keep sending us. So the thing that would like break down the most, unfortunately for everyone who was working, was the scanner, the beep beep scanning items. That would always stop working. We had one computer with one good one, like one cash computer with one, and the other one never worked. Sometimes it would work, but it never did. Like it was to the point you never used it. There was no point. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9.5. 0.395 divided by 2. We'll see. That's basically point 0.2, but on the lesser side of point 0.2. That looks better than the other one. Wait, is that line? Wait, no shot. No shot. Who does this? Why would you do that? Oh my god. Hold on. Let me just make sure that's where I want it. It is. I cannot believe someone would do this. I don't even know which one to pick. Let's pick the one on top. I guess it's so it doesn't look like an 8. Let me actually let's just do this. Let's duplicate layer. Let's rasterize. And so we unfortunately for us, oh, it's really big, right? So like only the experienced people would, or like the people who had been there a while, they got seniority in the matter. So they always got the cash register with the working scanner, right? Um, and me being seasonal and a temp, no matter how much they liked me, they weren't going to be giving up their scanner privileges, and I do not blame them. Um, and how we circumvented, because Blockbuster, I don't know if you guys remember, but when you went to Blockbuster, um, and if you had an ID, yeah, that looks so much better. Let me actually do it for realsies. Um, you had a Blockbuster card. Remember those? A Blockbuster card with a member number on it, right? And with that member number, you were able to actually rent the movie. And each movie had its own barcode with numbers on it, I'm sure we've all looked at barcodes. There's numbers on it. So what we had to do is we had to type it all in by hand. The member number, your driver's license or ID, your name. Well, the number usually was well enough. It was connected to whatever databases it was connected to. We had to type in like God knows, it was like a 12 number fucking barcode on each movie. And it was so annoying. But it was a full keyboard, right? It was a full keyboard, old, but it was full. So I learned how to type it on the keypad. And because I had to do this so much, I had to type in so many movies and so many memberships and so many everything. I got real good. I need to just move in. I need to not show this ruler. I got real good at typing with my with the number pad. And it's a habit I've kept to today. It was actually a real issue when I started streaming because I had like all my stream keys on my number pad on my normal keyboard. And it was an issue because I would like start typing in numbers for whatever reason, and suddenly all these effects were going off on stream, and people were like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! What's happening? What's happening? Why is like it was like back in the day with like the Shia LaBeouf, like just do it." And there was like a meme in Mexico that was I had a lot of Latin American viewers back then. And there was a meme with Crash Bandicoot where he would go like whoa, 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 and like so that would play in the background, and there was just so much stuff that would just happen. um And it got me in trouble. Oh, it's because of the guideline. That's why it's not being friendly here. No, because it was the wrong size. This is, again, one of those things no one is going to notice. You might notice it's a little weird if we're, like, really squinting and paying attention to it. But no one's going to know. But me, I'll know. Back. There it is. A little bit better. Call that. Oh, wait, did I fix this? Is this big? Are you big now? Turn on this again. No, I did not appropriately stretch you or shrink you in this case. Let me grab you and go bloop. It's Mr. Bloopy. Let's go bloop, 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 bloop. Just blooping. Bloop, 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 bloop. Okay. All right, that's good enough for me. No one's gonna notice me making tire treads today. I saw that. What were you working on? I saw it a little bit. You started streaming right as I was gonna start streaming, so I didn't get much of a chance to see what you were doing. Gonna delete that ruler. And this is no longer 9 copy, this is simply just 9. And you know what? 10's already done, baby. We already got 10. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've got 10 done. Now we're on to the numbers. Let's go. All right, we're going to be deleting those rulers because those were gnarly. All right. Literally just Mario Kart tire for a simple follower. Let's go. Don't say simple. Don't do that, Kalino. You and I both know not everyone is capable of doing what you're doing. This looks like a lot like a 1. I'm not gonna lie to you. This looks a lot like a 1. Okay, this is what we're gonna have to do on this one. We're gonna have to follow a line down here. And then start from down here. Okay. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5. 0.245. 0.245 divided by 2. 0.122. It'll just be 0.12. 0.12 and some change if I really wanted to. It's like that kind of change, not much more than that. It's also short. We've already fixed this problem though, so. And we already know how we're gonna do this. We're gonna duplicate that. We're gonna do that. We're gonna, nope. We're gonna rasterize. We're gonna delete the ruler. It looks off center, but it just be like that sometimes. Sometimes it simply just be like that. We're gonna copy this. We're gonna paste it. We're gonna just get rid of it for now so I can have a better look at this as I go boop, boop, boop. I'll go there. It's not much, it's just a little bit that you have to fix it, but like it's enough to bother me. And to bother some people I know. So instead of incurring their not wrath, because they would never be angry at me. But I'll know they'll be judging. I will simply fix it now. All right, we're going with a cool, cute. This is so big, and you're a big one, buddy. We're gonna have to shrink this one significantly, actually. We're gonna smosh this one. No, it's like visually it's simple. No fancy particles or smoke sims. Just a tire rolling in and out of frame. I'm a tire rolling in and out of life. Callan's tire. Callan's tire is fancy though. Yee. That's so funny. And that's cool though. Is it a commission, Kalina? Or is it a for fun project? 0.41. divided by 2. I'm so glad you guys can't see me ducking in and out of what I'm doing. I'm just up and down, up and down, up and down, looking at my lowest monitor to my highest monitor. Oh, just for funsies? Oh, okay. Get that layer first. Then we're gonna rasterize you. We're gonna get rid of that ruler. Okay. I have a couple of things I might want to do here, so this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna start up here. That, and I'm just gonna go. And a short little Q. It's a cute little Q. Over J, over Q. You're not Q copy, you're officially now Q. Q, Q, Q. All right. We come in here, we're gonna delete our ruler. We're gonna change the letter from our K, from our Q to our K. That's a lower K. Case K. And our uppercase K. Please God. No, okay, it's the same. Ooh, I was about to be real annoyed at myself, mostly. Okay. Okay, that should be an easy measurement. Four, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.45. 0.45. Okay, I just typed in 0.45, did nothing with it, divided by 2. 0.225, so, leaning towards a 3 more. There-ish, right? 1, 2, 3, yeah. About right there. It's also short king. The best of us. Happens to the best of us, king. Okay. Rasterize. Delete ruler. Let's stretch this a little bit. There we go. Oh, no, yep, that's fine. All right. Okay, you're no longer a copy. You are officially you. All right, and last but not least, turn that off, turn this on, delete the ruler. Gonna change this king to an ace. All right. This should be easy enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Clean cut 0.45. That's another 0.225. About right there, which doesn't seem right. It's stylistic. We're just gonna accept that it's stylistic and it's leaning a little bit to the side. It's looking at our queen, which honestly, who can blame our ace for that? Looking at our heart. I'm gonna delete the ruler, and it's a little short, so we have to make it tall also. For me, it does bother me that it's off center, but it's a stylistic choice, and I just simply have to accept it. When you're no longer an A, or copy, you're now an ace. All right, do we have them all? We have roll call. Oh, hold on. A roll call. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. and J, Q, K, and last but not least, our ace. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. All right, let's just do that real quick. Just like with this one, we're gonna go ahead and do that again. Oh no, we're not. How do I want to do this? Gonna turn that off. Just gonna call that a day. I'm just gonna do that. Let me make sure to also save this. God forbid I have to do all that again. We have our Ace of Hearts. Honestly, I think it could be a little bit closer to the heart, but we just have to deal with the decisions of our past. This all started because I wanted to make sure that these were in line with each other. I'm not gonna chicken out. We're gonna do it right now, whether I like it or not. We're gonna fucking do it. Gotta turn on this again. Let me just really quickly. I want to figure out how long this is. Um, it's 3-5. I mean, we saw that much. It's 3-5 and a bit. Yeah, we're just gonna call that the like 3.5. Thank you so much for the P hearts. 1.75 is going to be our middle. Stop that. What did I say? 0.175. I'm gonna come over here and we're gonna do a guideline of 1.75. That's not 1.75. God damn it. No, gotta get rid of that. I need to come back. Oh god, what layer was this on? This one. Now we got that. And I'll be honest with you, I'm just gonna do this also. This is about where we want this to be. This again is our widest one. The only one that should be even remotely as wide is Wasteland. Well, we have those in there. I'm gonna go ahead and delete that ruler. Let's start off with Wasteland Wonders. That's the one I need to be moved to its appropriate location. No, no, stop that. Not there. Oh, you're not moving because you're locked. Ha 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 ha. I figured out your trick. All right. I'd rather this lean closer to the other side. All right. Let's lock you. You're done. All right, let's unlock you. The Raiders. This is gonna have. We're gonna have to do some math on this one. As if we haven't been doing math already. What's a little bit more math for fun, you know? That looks like it's about a 2.25. 2.25 divided by 2 equals 1.125. Did I say 1.125? Are you not connected to us? There we go. Okay. 1.125. About right there. Okay. Very good. Very good. Maybe I shouldn't delete these rulers, but like here I am, you know? All right, and last but not least, we have to do our daily struggles, cause mood. All right, this one should be easy to do our little mathy math. Let me just hit save real quick. I had a concerning moment there where I thought things were going to be bad, and then they weren't, but I was concerned. Sure. Bring me back. All right. 3-1. Nope. 3-1. 3-1 and a bit. 3.1. 3.1 divided by 2. Oh, it doesn't want to divide by 2. I think, you know, let me just turn off the calculator and turn it back on. Too late, no more math, right? Where did I say 3.1? 3.1 divided by 2 equals 1.55. All right. Yep, yep. What did I say? 1.55? There we go. 1.55. Now you are also delete the ruler. Gonna lock you. You are also officially now centered. All right, we can officially turn off this guide. And our edge, we no longer need to look at that because I've done all the math. All right. Basically we have everything. I have to do these next. I would rather just come in tomorrow and just start working on things. I have to do it. As much as I don't want to do it right now, as much as I would much prefer to get off. I just and call it a night. I should just get this done. Now that I'm here, we're in the zone. We're using all the tools already. Let's just do it. Whether I like it or not, we got to do it. I'm just going to go ahead and just delete all these layers. I'm just going to go ahead and assume I don't need any of them. These icons actually aren't centered, huh? No, they are. They are. They are. They're not. Maybe they're not centered, but they are exactly where I want them to be. They're like measured with each other. The straight line. We're about to find out. More or less. 1.36, huh? Everything else is symmetrical, PP. Just do it. 0.36. 0.36 divided by 2. It's 0.18. And this is about as far as I want this to go. Yeah, that's about the distance I want this to be from the edge. So let's just do the math. It is like 0.15. Oh, I don't have to do any math there. It's just 0.5. That's just what I have to compare everything else to. Okay. That's 0.5 there. And then from down here, so right there, it's not the little short, so it's 0.57. 0.57, 0.57, 0.57 divided by 2 is 0.285. 0.285. It's 0.285. 0.285. Let's do some rolling here. It's almost 0.38 on the dot. Tick tock on the clock. And the body don't stop. Say whoa, oh, 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 oh. This is as wide as I want it to be, so let's put a guide here. The guide's gonna go there, because again, that's about as wide as I want that to be. Um, which means this is about as big as I want that to be. And now I want this to be in the middle of the night. Oh, I did that math already, and then I just ignored it. What's that? 0.57. 0.57, 0.57, 0.57, 0.57, 0.57 divided by 2 is, I don't know, my calculator doesn't want to calculate it. It's 0.285, 0.285, 0.285, 0.285, 0.285 is about right there. And that's the middle of what I want to get. A save, hitting that save button. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I already did that math too. Let's not be redundant here. How tall did I say you were? 0.36, which is what, 0.8? Um, 0.18 should be the middle. Oh, but this isn't on my die. That's why that's the issue. Let's get in here. Let's get in here and do it ourselves. Okay, let me zoom this in a little bit. 0.18, we're close. There we go, 0.18. Well, it's exactly in the middle, which is basically where we had it. I basically didn't move it at all. But that's fine. Let me just hit save on that. Because this is where it starts getting fun. This is fun. Let me move over to the Jenga tower. The Jenga tower. Let me close that. Go over here. What did I say you were? What are you? What are you? What are you? Oh my god. What is this? What is that? It's 0.15. 0.15. 0.15. 0.15. 0.15. 0.15. 0.15. Point one five. It's not 0.11. 0.105 is what I'm trying to say. 0.105. Here. That's where I want it to be. Let's get our guideline going. Where we want that to be. So let's just scooch you on over. I'm just gonna scooch on by here to find me. Just coming by. All right, we have that going, and now we just have to find the middle, cause it's mid, 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 mid. Let's call that 0.4. If it's 0.4, it's 0.2, which again, we're almost right there. Let me tell you, for eyeballing this, we did a pretty good job. You, and then we're gonna take a drink of water. Everyone, make sure to stay hydrated. Hydrate. Oh, hydrate. Yeah, nothing else matters. I just need to make sure that I'm off the edge enough. 0.105, right? That's how far off the edge we are here. Let me see my. Why can't I see my ruler? Oh, because that's not where I had it. Of course, it's up here. It's up here. I'm falling into my own trap card. 0.105. 0.1.5. Alright. On to our next layer. We have our linear ruler. Right here. That's where we want our guideline. Which again, we're basically there. We're just like a couple of pixels off. So let's go up here to our or keep or discard. Which one will it be? I'll never say. Um, well, now that we have you here, now that I have you, can I just bother you real quick for a quick survey? It's like it'll just be quick. It'll be like quick 10 minutes out of your day. Clearly, you're not busy and can spare 10 minutes. Please tell me what your opinion is on Jesus Christ. 0.42. 0.42 is 0.21. 0.21 in a little bit. I can't truly be bothered to figure out which little bit, if it's up or down. We're just going to call it that. That's fine. We'll say that that right there is perfect. And they're all correctly where they need to be. Let's save again. This is where we turn off our guidelines because we have so many of them walking all over the place. But I need the one in the middle because that's the one that's going to tell me. That's going to tell me the secrets of life. I'll create another guide layer, or will you always just, just always go to this one guide layer? I always just go to that guide layer. That's a shame. Right, let's delete you. We no longer need you. It's gonna have to be. I don't remember what font we used in our description. Where are you? Description way. So what font are you? What secrets do you have for me today? Ban Schrift condensed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your sacrifice will not go in vain. I don't need to do that because I'm gonna do a I'm gonna do one of these. Excuse me, can I bother you for some Ban Schrift? Ban Schrift condensed. We're gonna do times. Let's do 2 because that's the one we need to know right now. A weird size. We have 27, so let's size you up. I guess we'll do times 0 since that's a thicker one. That just looks like XO. XOXO. Gossip Girl. But then it's not the same. Maybe, just maybe, I separate the two. Where 1 is 1 and 2 is 1. And then we do that, and then separately over here, yeah, oh, Van Schrift. I need you once more. The people, they need you. Times 0. Pretty loosen. All right, let's do that. Let's come over here and like go boop, boop. Why is this lighter? Oh, it's because it's highlighted. Joke's on me. I'm the silly one in this occasion. I'm the one making the mistakes. No, what's it to ya? That is 0.36, so the middle is going to be 0.8. Yeah, it was leaning a little high. Let's just put it there. Is that readable? You know, maybe let's turn off these guidelines. Yeah, that feels readable to me. Is that readable for you? Yeah, that's good and readable. That's good. That's that good. All right. All right, so this can be rasterized. I don't actually need this to be anything. That times is always gonna be at times. I'm gonna delete that. That zero is gonna change. That zero is either gonna be a zero or bring back the ruler. The ruler. This is gonna be dice. I'm looking at the wrong spot. Dice. Uh, 0 or 2. Hmm. I'm gonna turn you off. We're gonna come over here. We're gonna grab you as a 2. A little boop, boop, little boop, boop, little boop. I don't know why you went down. You're going down, down, we're going down, swimming. Going down, 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 down. Hmm. Restaurants here, you're gonna be just called to, and then I'm gonna duplicate you. I'm gonna turn you on, and you're just gonna be 0. Alright, we're gonna do just another little subfolder here. Uh, and just call them non-rasterized. You know what? Alright. Alright. Okay, let's get those there for now. Jenga and discard are literally just gonna be Jenga and discard are gonna be a yes or no question. Because I'm either pulling from the deck or I'm not pulling from the tower. And I'm either discarding or not discarding. The binary answer is a yes or a no. Which is why in the sketch I had a check mark or a not check mark. Do you think that's good enough? Do you think a check mark's good? Can I make the number larger? No, because then it dwarfs the icon, and that's not what I want. Um, What does it read is a real question. Don't digress. We'll take a drink of water. I want that to be a little bit bigger. I'm gonna want this. Oh, probably about that size, right? Yes or no question. Do we want is check too simplistic? Should we do I mean, what else do we do instead of a check? We can do good yes or no. I guess another option could be like a dot. It could be full or not full. I feel like it can't be another symbol because we're just double symboling at that point. Originally, I had the word pull um on the Jenga tower, but then for the discard's too long of a word. I could do like pull and out toss. Where's the steps? I'm a little sad about it. I kind of wanted more of the positional information there, but it is what it is. We'll just have to do the math ourselves. Yes, no. Well, it's not a bad idea. But it does feel like we could try to find a little bit more of a sophisticated idea. But honestly, I'm not opposed. 0.155. 155. Oh, I don't have to divide this. I just have to make sure it's the same thing over here. Hmm. 0.15. To be a little bit longer. Then we can grab our X and move you over. Not a shame. Let's do this instead. Like a little goblin leaning against everything right now. Right there. I guess I don't really need the zero. I just mostly need the X. I think I do need the zero actually. Let's hear the one that I can actually type out. All right. What do I fucking write here though? That's the real issue. It's either like what's the opposite? Like NA would be kind of like unsophisticated. It's a yes or no. What are different binary options you can do? Yes or no. It's like my other thought is doing some sort of like either having that as a yes. So either we do it or we don't do it, right? But no, that looks not right. What's a plus or minus? That's not a bad idea. It might look a little nicer than it might look nicer than a check mark and X. Have a plus or minus. Mm, 8, 6. 8, 6 divided by 2. It's 4, 3. It won't let me divide. I've never had the calculator app like not work for me. It really is a wild experience. First, good to have it what exactly where I want it. Oh, I forgot to do a guideline. What is it? 0.43? Keep it up there. Then, oh, that's so far away. Um, that bigger. Eh, eh, Trying to do a little reach around this keyboard to this keyboard. I really actually want to put some over here, truly. Which isn't the middle, but it feels better. No, what? So tiny. Look at Steven. What names? Who did this? About in the middle there. Will definitely look better in the middle. It's. I'm gonna pretend it's not smaller and that it's just me. Oh my god, the plus is just a little bit longer than the minus sign. Oh, you're killing me, font maker. You're killing me. But is this? I don't know if that's what I want though. Hmm. Yeah, while I'm here, people get that way. Let me try words. Hmm. Mm, no, I don't like that either. Oh, what do I do there? I've had so much time to think about it and I haven't. I don't even if I like the pull, well, I don't even know what I would put as not pull. What, like stay? Excuse me. I see, I thought you'd leave it blank. I didn't think about something to put. Yeah. Because the Jenga tower is either I pull a block or I don't pull a block, right? It's a 50-50 chance whether or not I have to pull from the Jenga tower. And instead of having that information in the description, I want to have it down where the icons are, right? That way I can make the descriptions text larger so it's more readable. Like, do I hate? Do I hate the check mark and the no check mark? Oh, what do I put down there? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do to you? What do I do to you? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What's the easiest way to do this? Like, what is a good? Because like double symbol feels weird, champ, right? I mean, I guess I could do the same thing. I could do times 0 times 1. And the 0 means I don't, and like I just literally make it binary. And then 0 it's a yes or a zero no, and then a no. We'd be falling into the same issue of having a double symbol. Because in theory, I could always just go boop and then call it a day, right? The thing is that it's not the most readable thing in the world once you do that. For stream in particular, not for anyone playing. I mean, I don't really plan on giving these cards to anybody, but if anybody were to need them, um, they could use them. What if I just do the same thing? What if I just keep the nomenclature of times 0 times 1? Like, where'd my little X go? You know what I could do now that that X is exactly where I want it to be? Let's keep it exactly the same. And I'll do something with it. Let's do that. And then we keep the nomenclature of a 1 means yes, a 0 means no. Or you just pull one. You pull one or you pull none, right? Which would make sense there. And maybe these work best in the next one. They work best over here because this would be discard it or keep it. Because for the most part it's gonna look like this. I believe there are like 4 cards in this whole deck where you actually get to keep the card. And for the most part you don't do anything with it. So for example in this card, right? Let me look at what the document says for this one. Do not discard this card. So we keep this card, and we do in fact pull from the tower. And we do not roll any die. So this is exactly how this card would look, minus the or because this is a compass, not anything else. Also, it's not a relic of the past. It's actually a daily struggle. Um, you have daily struggles. Which color still TBD? Do we hate that? Are we okay with that? I mean, honestly, I haven't like squared it and made sure it looks right. I have to make the plus and the minus a little smaller. They're a little thick. Love it or hate it, that is the question. What do I do with this? What do I do with you? I think I'm okay with it. I think I'm all right with it. I think I can live with it. I think I'm okay. I think that's okay. I think it's okay. I'm asking if you're fine, and you're not fine. Um, I think I have to be okay with it. I think I have to be okay with it, and that's okay. It's okay. If we have a better idea, there's still time, you know? But for tonight, I think we just have to deal with it. We just have to decide. We have to make a decision, and I feel like my decision has been made. So we just have to now square away and make sure these are in the middle. Because right now they're not. They're. What about a circle for no? For the discard over here. So it's a nodder across. I wasn't in love with it when I tried it over here on this one because it's all in that same like symbol. Like it's why I don't like this too much because it's a symbol, but it's a symbol on symbol. But like I genuinely just I at this very second in time I cannot think of a better solution, and that's not a symbol on symbol. You know. Like I've come to be okay with the plus one or times one times zero there because I'm doing that over here. But it's hard to do that with a discard or keep, you know? Okay. The decision has been made. Now to do some math. Math with B. It's 1 1, right? It's 1 2. 1 0 2? Yeah, 1.02. Oh, no. That is 2.51 would be our middle. Thank you for the suggestions, though. It really does help with just like brainstorming. Hmm. I think I have multiple guides. I can, and I just don't know how to do it. I'm gonna move this X into the middle of whatever this is. It's arbitrary because the line. Actually, what's the middle? This is the middle line. It's the one on the zero. Um, so I want you to go from here to here. Point 3, 4. Um, no, call it 0.34. So it's 0.62, 0.162. I'll have to find the actual middle point 6 to 0.162. Yeah, I can move that one. All right. Now I can move the X. This one. No, that one. Now I have to get them here. Of course. It's so far. I can't go to the middle. Can I zoom in? Can I get in the middle? Oh no, not like this. Anything but this. I guess we'll choose that side. Yeah, I'm fine with that. All right, let's move to 0. You know what? Maybe I could just get away from doing. Um, I can get away with doing this the same amount from the side. I didn't finish that thought. Maybe I can move these the same distance, 0.26, from the edge. Gonna make this easier on myself instead of actually doing the math. I'm just simply going to make another one. Um, because math at this hour, I don't think so. And that's the edge I want that zero to hit, I think. This one? This one? Where is the other zero? Where are you hiding? You, I see. You are the true villain. I think that's too far. Yeah. You would over so if we're right here. Well, they're just fitting it in between these two lines, kind of snug in a rug like a bug. And I'm gonna do the same thing with this thing, just lining it up like that. 0. Yeah, 0. Alright, I'm gonna have that there. Mhm. Here's the thing. In theory, it should be the same. Every one of these boxes should be the same exact size. So in theory, I should just be able to copy and paste and be fine here. So in theory, I should just be able to go with this until I fill the square. Oh my gosh, who knows how long ago you sent that? If you stay for a while, the interface is doing that thing again. Oh no, thank you for letting me know. I'll fix it right now. Thank you. Have a good one. Hello, hello. There we go. Test, test, test. Okay, we sound good. We should be back. Thank you for letting me know that my mic went out again. I hope you, thank you for letting me know, Crit Witch. Thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Sleep well. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Delete those layers. The real question is, where did this one go? There it is. I found it. No one panic. I found the one. I am the one, the one, the one, the one. All right. It feels like that's the middle. um. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. I can fix that later. I don't have to do that right now. Um. I just want to finish this so I can finish the stream and then cup all I want in peace. All right. I'm gonna go up here. Gonna do up there. Do boop boop boop. All right, now I could see if these are these can actually be in the middle. So let me actually do the little mathy math real quick. All right, that is approximately 1.84. That means you are 0.42. Let me grab that little guideline. 0.42 is going to be our official middle. All right. That means when I come back up here, and I look at you, I'll simply unbold you to start with. Step one, make you not bold anymore. Step two, I want to make you approximately the same size as everything else. We shrink you down a little bit. Yeah, you're approximately the same size there. Middle. And I get to do a little bit of mathy math. And this song made pentatonics famous. I remember. 0.25. 0.25, that means what? 1.25? Right there was about mid. All right, and then we come up from the top. From the top rope. 0.355, that's what? 16, 17. Point one. No. 0.3. 5 divided by 2 equals 1.8, essentially. Okay, 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 okay. All right, that should be the middle, which means in theory, I just need to resize this old boy and it should slot right in. Actually, before I do that, what size did I make you? I know I unbolded you. 0.63. Okay. Or 630. 63. Do that, make you not bold. Then we have this. Sure enough, they are not the same size. Okay. I have a solution, but I'm not gonna like it. You know what? Actually, I know exactly how to solve this problem. We're going to duplicate this layer. We're gonna rasterize this layer. We are going to remove everything, but oh, no, no, thank you. We're gonna remove everything here. I'm a little concerned about what I deleted. Let's rasterize you again. Oh, it's because it's so tiny. Okay, I see what's happening. Like, it kept disappearing on the layer, and I'm just like, what is happening right now? Grab another one. Gonna do the same thing here, except we're gonna truncate it. Turn off the guide. We're gonna cut off this last little piece. And I'll just fill in these little gaps by simply cutting and pasting because I cannot be bothered. Does not like that. Then I will fill it in myself, I guess. And then we have that there. So now it's the same exact thing. Okay. These should all be on the same layer. What it was normally. We could delete that now. And now we have the plus and the minus. It's going to be minus. It's just what I'm going to write. I'm going to write plus here. Save that. I'm going to call this discard. Yes, no. We're going to do that with it. This layer is this is Jenga. Yes, no. Then we can delete that because that's no longer relevant to us. And this is dice 0 or 2. Perfect. We could delete those layers. Including that layer. Don't know why that stuck around. Let's also do that. In theory, that's nothing. That's just a thing there. We could delete that. These can go down to our icons. Actually, let's just throw them into our icons. Let's call this discard icon. All right, all of that is there now. That can all be there. Icon sketch, we can delete that layer. We're done with icons. Oh boy, okay. Another blue because we're never going to touch that again. All right. Okay, we did it. We did it. We did it. What's happened today is that we did it. Okay, I want us all to just acknowledge. Let's all just take a second. Let's take this moment in. We've done it. We're done with designing this card. This is what our card is going to look like. Minus the colors on both the icons and the daily struggle. Those are still up in the air. because I don't know exactly how I want to do the backgrounds yet, and therefore I can't really decide uh colors just yet. I do like the blue on the dice. I don't love the blue in the daily struggles. Um I kind of like purple being discard, but I also kind of don't. So we'll find out. But yeah, so next time, tomorrow, hopefully, depending if I have a voice or not, because oof, we were pushing it tonight. We were pushing the voice tonight. Um, Depending on how things go tomorrow, with my health, we will be doing illustrations tomorrow. We will be illustrating these cards. We will either be, I think it's better if we do it all at once. If we write what it's going, like the description, and then do the illustration. So tomorrow we'll be starting with the uh Ace of Hearts, and we will be drawing a compass essentially. And then we'll move on from there. In theory, we have everything, right? Oh boy. Okay. That was a little bit of a struggle bus near the end. TBH. Sorry for all the coughing. Again, I'm sick. It happens. Also, sorry for the robotiness. It happens. My poor interface. It's just on its last legs. Um, but yeah, so this is again for Wretched Wasteland, which we're going to be playing. The plan right now is to do it May 1st. Wednesday, May 1st is the plan. Things I still need to do all these cards. I need to set up OBS to have a second webcam and the Jenga tower. I also need to change my desk around, but that is dependent on a couple of things here in the near future. Which is also kind of what the Jenga tower and stuff is dependent on. But I could set up like the camera to make sure it works and stuff like that. And figure out, I need to figure out the layout of our overlay right now. So this is our overlay that I use for case close, and it worked great for that because I had to take up a lot of space because it's a conspiracy board. We needed as much space as we possibly could get, along with having our trackers down where it says PV plays inside and where my little PNG tuber is. And over where chat is and like the PDF, all of that is like Roll20 and where I was hanging out. But this time around, we're going to have a Jenga tower, and we're going to have my webcam at the same time. We're going to have two webcams going. And to be completely honest, the only things that you're going to be seeing in Roll20 are these cards and the Roll20 rolls, which again are going to go over where Wretched Wasteland is, probably. Chat probably isn't going to be on screen. I don't know. We'll think about it. And yeah, so I'm thinking of moving what we're seeing right now, like where my window is. I'm considering shrinking that so all you see is like the cards, right, that are going to be on Roll20. I just have to put enough cards. You also have to come up with a back for this card, probably. So if you guys have any ideas, feel free to drop those over on the Discord. This has been an almost 7-hour stream. I genuinely wasn't expecting to go nearly this long, but we got everything done, except color choice. Color choice is the only thing we didn't get really done today. Like, I could live with our choices, but like, I'd like to, experiment a little bit more, the vibes. But yeah, so thank you guys so much for hanging out and watching. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kalino, Kid Callan, for the raid. If you guys don't follow Kid Callan already, you should. Kid Callan is a good friend of the channel. That's not a thing. At least you can click on the name. And thank you so much, Data Dave, for the huge raid over from watching some Degrassi. Data and Dave and I played a game together ages ago. Over on Fawn's channel. See, that works. I wonder why SO doesn't work. Shout out to Nightbot. Um, and it was a very fun game. And Data Dave was just starting getting his start out in trying out doing some TTRPGs and doing some voices and stuff like that. And with all of that work, he's booked some VA jobs, some voice acting, some voiceover jobs. His stream has gotten really big. He's had a bunch of great sponsorships. So, as far as I can say Data Dave's a stand-up guy. If you guys are looking for a good streamer to go watch, positive streamer, go hang out with Data Dave. I know he also streams with somebody. I have no idea who it is. I have no idea who he streams with, but I see like his stuff all the time. But yeah, if you guys want to go support him also, feel free to go stop on by over there. And once again, thank you so much for the subscribe, Data Dave. I really appreciate it. And thank you to all of my subscribers. You guys are the best. Because of you guys, I can just buy silly little things for our silly little games, such as buying this Jenga tower, which apparently they're expensive now. It was $20, but it was on sale. So I got it for like $15, I think, or $16. Which isn't a phenomenal sale, but it's a sale nonetheless. And I was able to buy the other webcam. It's not the best webcam in the world, but it's a webcam. And and yeah, you know, I got what we worked on all day today, this tablet, this drawing tablet. Really 100% trying to make the most use out of it, and it's helped a lot with doing the NPC cards we did last time, and this time we're doing a 52 card deck, and we've basically done it all. All we need to do is just fill in the words and draw the illustrations and come up with a back for the card. And that's probably not going to be the easiest thing in the world, but I'll be damned, it's not going to be the hardest thing I've done. Just got to set up some guidelines, some symmetrical lines, ruler lines, and we'll be Gucci, I think. But yeah, that's shout out to you guys, the subscribers. If you're watching, just watching the ads, it really adds up at the end of the month. It basically adds up to like 1 or 2 subs of like what I would get the equivalent of, like, so like $2.50 or to $5 is essentially what I get more or less with ad rev, depending on how much I stream and, you know, stuff like that. So I know they're annoying, but they really add up at the end of the month. And I see you, my turbo watchers out there. I see you. I hope you're enjoying your turbo, because you're definitely making use of it, and I appreciate it. And yeah, so thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. For all my ad viewers and everyone lurking, you guys are the best. I really appreciate you guys. And to show my appreciation, here's a 3-minute ad. And for those of you who are subscribed, I love you guys. You guys are the best. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evenings. And I know there's some weird stuff going on with Twitch, so if you guys aren't comfortable continuing support on Twitch itself, you could always stop by over by the Ko-Fi, where you can do the same thing, support me. And honestly, the money cut is a lot less significant. It goes from basically what would be a 50-50 split to what is about a 90% split with Ko-Fi. So if not more, it's depending on taxes, you know. So it benefits me. If you feel like it benefits you, feel free to do so. No pressure. It's there. We also have campaigns over there often. We've had one campaign over there, and it was to buy this drawing tablet, which I really appreciate. That was our long-term goal. So you guys are insane in the membrane, and I really appreciate it. If you guys are interested, also feel free to follow my socials. I have a Twitter, I have a Blue Sky, where I always announce where I'm gonna when I'm going to be streaming. Blue Sky, follow me there if you want to get, you want to have a little bit more interaction with me. I don't really interact on Twitter because I hate the person who owns it. And Blue Sky, just lesser of two evils. So we're trying that out. I also have an Instagram I never post to. I have a YouTube I never post to, and I have a VOD channel where the VODs do go up fairly often. VODs do go up there fairly often. If I remember, it's like the week I stream. If I don't, it's a subsequent week. If you miss Case Closed, that's all on there. And yeah, so thank you guys so much for watching. Really appreciate it. You guys are the best. Enjoy some chill hop for the next minute while I wait for the ads to finish, and I'll talk to y'all later. Love you guys. Bye.